my goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the pin to go.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for continued coverage of the 2021 PWBA Louisville Open taking place at Executive Strike and Spare in Louisville, Kentucky. My name is Aaron Smith with USBC and Bowl TV, and we're excited to bring you the second six-game block of the day. And after 12 games total, we will be cutting the field from 73 players down to the top 32 to advance to Saturday's round of 32, which will eventually get us to our top four for the stepladder finals tomorrow night in the 11th event of the 2021 season. Throughout the course of the first block, we saw some ups and downs for our competitors on this 44-foot pattern. Some pairs looked pretty tricky from time to time. Other times, they were able to get some score out there. So it's going to be interesting to see the adjustments made. One player who had control throughout the entire block was Clara Guerrero. She ended up leading overall with games of 224, 245, 247, 248, 207 and 256 for a 1427 total. So she is plus 227 entering this round. She's leading all players. She's the only player better than plus 200 and averaged more than 237 in that opening block. So we're going to kick things off by taking a look at our tournament leader, see how she's doing. We'll bring in the rest of the Bowl TV crew in just a moment as well, but let's head to the lanes at Executive Strike and Spare, and we'll take a look as warm-ups are wrapping up. They've had their 15 minutes, just a couple of shots left to go before it's time for this second six-game block of the event. So with that, we are heading to the lanes, and we'll bring in the rest of the crew in just a moment. But everybody hang tight. We'll be ready for round number 2 from the Louisville Open coming up next here on Bowl TV.
Athletes, please hold up on your warm-up. Hold up on your warm-up. No more deliveries at this time. Reset the pin spotters to the first ball cycle. As a reminder to our bowling fans that flash photography and the signing of autographs is strictly prohibited during competition. In addition, we kindly ask that you silence your cell phones to prevent any distractions to the athletes. This week, the field of play is the taped area, and that taped area belongs to our athletes and authorized personnel only. Do not enter the field of play for any reason. Due to PWBA safety precautions, our athletes have been advised to social distance as much as possible, and autographs at the end of competition might not be possible. BowlTV.com is the exclusive live streaming home of the PWBA Tour. And we ask that you do not live stream or FaceTime from your personal devices while you're in the building. All right, athletes, press that check mark. Your arrows will come up. Looks like you all have a full set of pins. All right, bowling fans, pick out your favorite approach. Here for on. How about a great send-off for round 2 of the PWBA Louisville Open? Good luck, ladies.
Our tournament director, Tennille Milligan, has finished up her announcements, and we are ready to begin round number 2 here, another 6-game block on this 44-foot condition from Executive Strike and Spare. Joining us here in game number 1 on lanes 11 through 14 at this 52-lane center with an additional 10 lanes connected to it as well. Starting on 11 and 12 to your left, we're going to have Summer Jasmine, Taylor Bailey, Birgit Norreichs, Emma Grace Stockery, and our tournament leader, Clara Guerrero. Over on 13 and 14, Lauren Brown, Danielle Niddle, Brianna Clemmer, and Missy Parkin. As we get these first few shots underway, let's bring in another member of the Bowl TV crew, Jason Thomas, to the broadcast. There he is, JT. Hello.
Hello, Aaron Smith. Good afternoon. How are you? Did you have a nice lunch?
Not to be honest, but I had lunch, so that's what's important. So I'm nourished again,
Good.
and I'm ready to go for another 6-game block here.
Good. Well, I'm excited to see what these ladies have cooked up for this afternoon. You know, we got to see them go out there this morning and maybe weren't quite sure what the scoring pace was going to be. Some of them thought it might be low. Some of them thought it was going to be medium. We did have one player figure out a way to shoot 227 over this morning, and we're going to get to watch her here in game number 1. That's Clara Guerrero. And a lot of players plus 100 or more. There are 15 players currently that sit at plus 100 or better. The cut score after 6 games is at plus 44, I believe. I'm just flipping through my plus 38. So that's a pretty good size cut score. I'd say medium to medium high scoring pace. And we got to finish off that last block in the morning watching the greatest bowler in the world, Shannon O'Keefe, who's currently in 13th place. And she just said, hey, I'm pretty happy with the block, but I think I need to clean up a couple of things. She shot a couple of 170s in game number 1 and game number 3. And it'll be interesting to see, you know, what she's able to put together and if she's able to, you know, get some more pins this afternoon.
Absolutely, JT, and we'll run down the standings and more. We'll go back to full screen here as we settle into game 1. Once again, a big hello to everybody joining us on bowltv.com. Hey, everybody. It's great to see you guys interacting in the chat once again. Had some fun in the first round. Looking forward to continuing that here in round number 2 and throughout the course of the weekend. A big hello as well to the good folks who are tuning in on Facebook. So thank you for joining us here. We look forward to bringing you game number 1, but after game 1, we will be exclusively on bowltv.com. So you got some time to check it out here, but if you want to watch the rest of the way out, be sure to head on over to bowltv.com, pick up your subscription. A few different price points. If you just want to watch the live coverage this weekend, $8.95 for an event ticket. A monthly recurring subscription is $9.95. An annual recurring subscription, $79.95. Transaction fees do apply for all 3. With the monthly or the recurring, you do get access to not only the live coverage, but archived events and on-demand content as well. And if you're part of the Bowl TV community, not only can you interact in the Bowl TV chat, say hello to some pretty great folks, talk bowling, talk other random subjects that we tend to get on over the course of blocks, but also makes you eligible for giveaways. So we do have giveaways every round here on the PWBA Tour, including during the stepladder finals bowling balls. That's right. Brand new, never before drilled bowling balls, courtesy of our gold industry partners, Brunswick, Storm, and Rotogrip. So that's the good stuff, folks. Just like how we're watching some good bowling to kick things off here.
Clemmer stings that 5-pin down for a quick double. And curious to see how she attacks them this block. She had a decent first set, plus 72. But got most of her pins at the end of the block there. 214, 256 the last 2 games. And so she did start with 230, but then kind of quickly ran into some carry issues in the middle part of the block. So see if there's just some different strategies, and then what those different strategies do to how the lanes break down later tonight.
Taking a look at the top 10 heading into round number 2. We mentioned Clara Guerrero leading at plus 227. Sitting in second and leading most of the round was Dasha Kovalova. She's leading heading into the final game, shot 189 to give a few pins back. Clara fired 256 to see the jump. But Dasha in second at plus 193. Missy Parkin, who we are watching at the moment, plus 158. Melanie McDaniel from Crest Hill, Illinois, plus 150. Had a nice finish to the block after a 177 start, 230, 236, 216, 235, and 256 for Melanie. Maria Jose Rodriguez in fifth at plus 147. Diana Zavyalova, plus 137 in sixth. Jody Wessner and Liz Culkin tied for seventh place at plus 133. And then Laura Plazas and Birgit Norreichs tied for ninth place at plus 129. I mentioned the cut number at plus 38, a total of 42 players averaging at least 200 and within less than 40 of the cut number, or I should say from 33rd to 42 in the standings right now, within 40 pins of the cut number. Some notable names outside of the cut to kick off this round. Erin McCarthy at plus 34. Deandra Aspady at plus 16. Taylor Bailey plus 5. Lauren Pate plus 3. Julia Bond is even. 1,200 for her 6. Daria Payuk and Sandra Gongora minus 4. Stephanie Johnson and Rocio Restrepo minus 18. Josie Barnes minus 29. Stephanie Zavala minus 30. Shannon Pluhowski minus 53. Taylor Boltice minus 58. Alexis Nair minus 64.
Yeah, some of those names, they had roller coaster experiences, and I think what we saw a lot with those players was basically had no trouble hitting the pocket, but then would get frustrated because they would have trouble carrying, and then would try some different things, and that would bring 140 into play. And we talked about it all day with Matt McNeil, with Shannon O'Keefe, just the importance of being patient and not giving in to the radical move when you're not seeing the 10 pin go down. Sometimes you just got to take that 190 and move on to the next pair. And we saw some of those players that you mentioned that were below the cut line really trying to fight to keep the scoring pace going and taking some chances and bringing 140s into play.
Still can't get the Guns N' Roses song out of my head, JT.
It's a good one. It's hard to whistle with a mask on.
I'm not going to lie. I've heard you whistle before, and it sounded different, yes.
Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, definitely bad. The pitch was okay, but just no energy to it. But, Erin McCarthy finished the block with 136. So, those are the kinds of games she's really been able to avoid this season. That's why she's had such a great season. She's been so much more consistent, whereas in seasons past we've seen that from her, but probably lost a little bit of patience, and it brought a low game into play. Stephanie Zavala finished the block with 148, 197, 160 after getting off to a really fast start. And so, we saw her kind of struggling once the front started to hook a little bit, and was very, reluctant to make a ball change. And, it resulted in some low scores. So, it's going to be interesting. What's so great about this pattern is you see that there's the potential to shoot big scores. So it's very difficult to remain patient. It tempts you into making those risky moves that lead to 140s.
The quest for patience at the PWBA Louisville Open.
And I think that's really what's become a hallmark of Nick Hoagland's patterns. We saw it at the U.S. Open with the men this year, where they played a little bit higher scoring than we're used to seeing, but the tendency of the pattern, which ended up coming through on the television show, was you had to keep the ball speed down. And then when you're in a pressure situation on a TV show, you want to throw it harder. And so it just forced you to really think your way through and be patient. And, that's kind of what we're seeing in a totally different kind of pattern here this week.
We'll see Clemmer here in a moment. 3 out of the first 4. Make it 4 out of 5, and that's the type of hits we've kind of seen this week.
Those are the ones that'll carry, the light mixer or flush. Half pocket is maybe a 2 out of 7, 8 at best proposition. And it also brings 7-10 into play. We've seen a lot of 7-10s today.
See Guerrero, far left of your screen, delivers her first strike of round number 2. Has gone back to the wrist brace in the past couple of events. During the 2019 season, she did get away from it throughout the course of the year. Put together a really nice season in 2019. Finish in the top 5 in points. But a bit of a slow start here in 2021, so changing things up. Looking to get going here in Louisville. Settle into game number 1 here, round number 2. Let's bring in Curtis Von Kruger for an update. Curtis, my man, what you got?
Good afternoon, Aaron. Just kind of getting a feel for this second block. Wanted to see if there was any strategy change across the house as bowlers transition to this next block. You saw those in the previous week. There was a big change in strategy. For example, last week, players started much further left from the second block as they did the first block. This one, I think everybody kind of realized that you got to keep your angles tight. You got to stay in around 13, getting it out to about 11, 12, somewhere around there. And that's going to keep you in the pocket. Do not get it outside the OB, which is about 9, 10, and don't get it in early, or it's gonna hook early. So players kind of keeping the same strategy. A lot of ASIMs I do see, but some bowlers like Dasha keep them with the symmetrical, medium cover stock, nothing too fancy, and just relying on their speed and their hand to get the ball back. But, you're going to see the players pretty much play them the same as they did the first block. They broke them down pretty well. You see the scores kind of be consistent from the beginning to the end. And I would imagine that these players will find a little more success as they're going to be anticipating the transitions a little easier.
Excellent. Curtis, thank you for the report. As always, good sir.
Not a problem, Aaron. Talk to you later.
Curtis Von Kruger, everybody, taking care of business on site at Executive Strike and Spare. Oh,
Ouch.
my goodness.
So much for high flush being your hit. But seriously, if your ball enters the pocket right there, it strikes 99 times out of 100. That was the 100th. We do see some strikes across the building, and we did the first game this morning as well. But there are some strings going right now. Hope Gramley has spare 4-bagger in 15 and 16. Make that spare 5-bagger. And Jellamar Beasley with strike spare turkey. There's definitely some strikes in front of us on this featured pair. Missy Parkin working on a turkey. Brianna Clemmer would have a nice game going if not for a very odd whiff of the 3-6.
Clara comes back with the light mixer.
Wow, Brianna just missed another one. It's a 4-pin. Shot there from Taylor Bailey. First double.
Birgit Norikes started this block in the top 10. She made the stepladder finals last week at the Greater Nashville Open, finishing in 4th place, her second stepladder finals appearance of the season. She's going to stay clean through 6.
There's that hit, Aaron. Popping the 10 out on the half pocket hit for Missy Parkin.
Putting together another nice game. She was third after the opening round.
You either have to be able. Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
I was just going to finish up plus 158 for Missy. So.
Yeah, I was just going to say you either have to be able to pop that 10 out on the half pocket hit, or you gotta go flush. And you know, I'm sure a lot of people at home are thinking, "Gosh, are they really that good where they can control whether the ball goes flush or whether it's half pocket?" And you know, the answer is yes, absolutely. I mean, we talked to Shannon O'Keefe at the end of that last block, and she needed, you know, a couple strikes in the 10th for 240, and we said, hey, she's gone light and half pocket, 7-10 and a flat 10 on this lane. Last couple of shots, she's just gonna jam one in high flush, right? And it's exactly what she did. And she came up into the booth, and I thought she might have moved like a half board right, and she goes, no, I just moved my eyes a board left. And yeah, they're that good. If they know a half pocket hit's going to flat 10, they can just decide I'm going to hit high flush. But you know, for the most part, like on the men's tour, a lot of players will line up to hit light mixer, and because they know the carry percentage is going to be so high for them. And then if the lane happens to transition and they miss a move, it'll just go flush and they'll still strike, and then they'll move again. But where you line up is important, and half pocket is a safe place to line up. But if your carry percentage is 20%, how great is it, right? So these players are so good. Once they get lined up for half pocket, they can make little fine-tune adjustments, maybe soften the ball up a little bit so it goes flush, and then just live with the occasional flat 10 when it does hit half pocket. But if you can bump the 10 out, that's when you can shoot some huge scores.
Those have been tough to come by here. As Matt McNeil put up a little bit earlier, the water-soaked pins.
Yeah,
waterlogged. Or waterlogged, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Waterlogged. Due to the humidity in the area. Oh, nice cover there. That'll make up for a few of those other missed spares for Clemmer to get into the 180s this game.
Yeah,
much the 210.
Much better game than that. And you know, the two missed spares obviously hurt, but she's gonna have to figure out a little something. This is, you know, game 1 through 4. She didn't have a very good look. She got most of her pins at the end, as I mentioned, with 214, 256 the last 2 games of the block. So her little adjustment for this block hasn't worked out so far.
Clemmer's going to finish with 189. She'll be at plus 61 overall after 7 games.
Yeah, it's not the finish Missy Parkin was looking for. Open in the 10th for 2-0. Oh, those are the ones. Look at that. She got the smile. She knew that was big. Tipping the 10 pin out for keep the string going for a 4-bagger. Taylor Bailey
had a really nice first game to start round number 1. Was actually tied with Dasha Kovalova for the lead. Things went south there for a minute though. Afterwards, she was able to battle back to get to plus, but still outside the number. But looking for another big game in the opener. Plus 161 now for Missy. Splits for everybody over on 13 and 14 to start the 10th. Clemmer so far the only one to convert. $220 for Lauren Brown. She'll get to plus 35. Danielle Niddle will take the 2. She'll be in the 150s. Those watching on bowltv.com, we do have some additional channels available to watch as well. We'll roll through those over the course of the block here on our main commentary channel. But along with lanes 11 through 14, also 15 through 22 available to view at your leisure. Some pairs with 5, some pairs with 4 this week, so we'll see a little bit of a different pace of play from pair to pair. Trouble for Bailey in the 8th. She's looking at 2-4-10. Guerrero looking for her first double, stayed clean. She has to strike on lane 12.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for that stone 8, she'd have a turkey in the middle here.
No more, she says. First double.
I think she would say no mas, right?
Also would have been acceptable, yes. Taylor Bailey bounces back in frame number 9 to set up the 10th. She can still get to 223. This can Emma Grace Dockery. Piergett delivered the double in the 8th and the 9th, 237 her max score. Trouble for Simmer Jasmine in the foundation frame.
That's nice.
JT, I know toward the I believe the end of the podcast yesterday, with Verdi winning last week, we kind of talked about, kind of who was the discussion for fans, for the media is, who now is, arguably the best player without a title. Birgit Norrijks has a title. It's a doubles title from the Lucy back in 2017. But I know she is very hungry for an individual victory out here. And, I personally a little surprised. She's put herself in position quite a few times, and she is just a phenomenal bowler. That kind of changes that conversation a little bit, but I'm confident we're going to see Birgit in the winner's circle sooner rather than later as an individual champion to go along with her doubles title.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I mean, I know it's not fun and exciting for people at home listening to us agree, but it's true. I mean, she's had a number of close calls for titles. She's got so much firepower, so you just got to assume at some point it's going to happen. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure she's happy to have that doubles title, but you do want to have the singles title as well, and also title number 2. Title number 2 is a big deal for people because it legitimizes, because you think well, anybody could get lucky and win once, but you win twice and it's not a fluke.
Emma's going to get the hit on the 9-pin there to kick off her 10th frame. 226 for Birgit. She's at plus 155 now. I mentioned folks who made the show here in 2019. The pattern just a foot different. Otherwise, all other aspects the same. And Birgit did make the show. That was a 5-player show since that was on CBS Sports Network. So that show featured Birgit, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Missy Parkin, Liz Johnson, and Dasha Kovalova heading into this round. All those players currently in the cut. I believe Liz is the farthest back, plus 64, tied for 25th. Birgit was tied for 9th entering this round. Maria was 5th. Missy 3rd, Dasha 2nd. As we get toward the end here of game 1 of round 2 of qualifying at the PWBA Louisville Open. For the folks watching on Bull TV, you already know you're in the right place to continue watching wire-to-wire coverage of this weekend's event. And we thank you for stopping by as always. For those watching on Facebook, this is going to be it. These are the final few shots until we send the stream directly to Bull TV for the rest of the way out. So once again, there is time. Go ahead and pick up your subscription. You can watch the live action, interact in the Bull TV chat community, and win as well. Giveaways every round. Clara finishing that game very similar to Missy. 6-7 in the 10th, 203. She'll get to plus 230. Taylor Bailey is going to wrap things up here in game number 1 for us. Gets the second hit in the 10th, can get into the 220s here. She'll be approaching that cut number, which is 5 games left to go today. Once again, the top 32 from the 73-player field will advance at the conclusion of 12 games Top 32 will return tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, to bowl 6 more games from that group. 18-game pinfall totals. The top 12 will move on to an additional round, 2:30 p.m. Eastern for that. And a final 6-game block and 24-game pinfall totals will determine the top 4 for the stepladder final, 6 p.m. Eastern right here on BowlTV.com. Nice finish from Taylor Bailey. So, folks, Game 2 is coming up next here from the PWBA Louisville Open, round 2 of qualifying. We're going to take a quick break. So we'll be right back on Bowl TV. Folks on Facebook, we will see you soon, hopefully over on BowlTV.com. Moving into game number 2. 13 and 14 so far. We have Danielle Henderson, Kayla Bandy, Jordan Richard, and Courtney Ermish scheduled to join on 11 and 12. Maria Balanova, Jody Westner, Stephanie Zavala, Abby Ragsdale, and Jordan Munt. Taking a look at our other channels here on BowlTV.com. The group that we just watched is now on PWBA 2, lanes 15 through 18, and then over on 19 through 22. PWBA 3, and Jellamar Beasley, Hope Gramley, Liz Johnson, Brianna Cote, Alexis Nyer, and then Danielle McEwen, Deandra Aspady, Carrie Smith, and Shannon Sellens.
It's hard to pick which one to watch.
There's some good pairings this week. I mean, there's good pairings every week, but yeah, some fun, interesting groups. A lot of different styles.
Yes, Karen Smith. We are watching her right now. She just threw a shot. So she said she was asking if there was a two-hander in the field. And right as she asked the question, Danielle Henderson threw at the 3-6-10. So yeah, there is a two-hander in the field, and not something you see all that often out here on the PWBA tour. And she just throws it pretty impressively. Karen. You're welcome, Karen. You know, the two-handers are getting so good, they're hard to tell apart from the one-handers.
Shot by Kayla there, frame 3. Both Maria and Jody plus 100 entering this game, or north of plus 100, I should say.
Danielle Henderson about to get up on the right lane. Watch this shot, folks. I already got to watch it. Bang. As I think, was it Kenny Mayne used to say? Was it Kenny Mayne, or maybe it was Dan Patrick, or maybe it was even Keith Olbermann? I don't know. I always get them all confused. He hit the ball real hard. You can say that about Danielle. She hit the ball. She hit the pins real hard. Have to bring that one back, Aaron. Do you remember which one of those three guys used to say that? Was it Dan Patrick?
I feel that's more of a Kenny Mayne type of dry call of something that's very obvious.
Yeah.
That seemed more like his style right there.
Yeah. Anybody watching who's old in the chat, which one of those three was it? You will have our eternal respect. I'm pretty sure it was one of those three.
And Danielle makes it a double. Throwing pins around.
Yeah, she's definitely got the power. I mean, this might not be the best pattern for her. She did shoot 127 under this morning, but you can tell there's some firepower there. It's not often that Jordan Richard doesn't have the highest rev rate on the pair she's on.
Yeah, you can't say that too often. Jordan looking for a good week here. Made the show at the BVL Open, made it all the way to the title match against Stephanie Zavala. But her last 2 weeks have been have had her go in the wrong direction. She's missed back-to-back cuts, I want to say for the first time in her career since joining in 2018. Had a strong opening block. Looking pretty comfortable here this week so far. Oh. 7-9 almost snuck up in there again.
Nasty. Keith Olbermann claims it's his. And there's even a link to a Variety article. Now, just because Keith Olbermann claims it doesn't mean it's true, but I tend to believe it. If you're going to lie about something, it's best to lie about something that wasn't on national television for 20 years, right?
This is true. Like I can't lie about leaving 4.5s anymore.
There's too much evidence.
It's been on Bolt TV too much.
Right. Yep, he hit the ball real hard. Yeah, we got a little issue on 19 and 20. Tennille Milligan is got the stopwatch out. If it hits a certain amount of time, players will get practice shots.
Depending on how long that delay may be, scores might be affected after this game as far as folks finishing in a timely manner, but we do have scores updated through game number 1, and back to the top of the leaderboard is Dasha Kovalova. 254 in the opener for the defending champion here at Executive Strike and Spare, plus 247. Clara Guerrero moves back to second place, plus 230. Diana Z, plus 182. Laura Plazas, 246 to get to plus 175. Missy Parkin, plus 161. Shalyn Zolkifli, plus 157. Birgit Norikes and Liz Colkin tied at plus 155. Melanie McDaniel, plus 120. And then Jody Westner rounds out the top 10 at plus 112. Shannon O'Keefe and Maria Jose Rodriguez at plus 111. Sydney Brummett at plus 110. 15 players at least plus 100 or better. The current cut line, Summer Jasmine plus 40. 205.71 average to currently make the top 32. First players out, 3 pins back, Danielle McCune and Valerie Bercier. Lauren Brown, or Danielle and Valerie at plus 37, Lauren Brown at plus 35. Shannon Sellens, 146 in the opener to drop to plus 33. Taylor Bailey plus 28, Julia Bond plus 16, as is Deandra. Lauren Pate plus 12, Kayla Pachina. 132 in her opener to make a big drop all the way down to +8. It's her second 130 game. Everything else has been above 200. Shan Pluhowski +4. And then Stephanie Zavala, the last player plus in 43rd place, +3. Hope Cramley had a excellent first game, 252 to get to -14.
Yep, she's one of the players who's waiting for 19 and 20 to come back online.
So we settle into game number 2 here. Another great company supporting the PWBA Tour in 2021 is NDO Bowling. Folks, NDO bowling events give the everyday amateur bowler the opportunity to compete in a professional environment, measure their skills against some of the best bowlers in the world, and learn what it takes to compete at the highest level. If you think you have what it takes to compete with the best bowlers in the world, or you simply want to hone your skills in a competitive environment, find an NDO bowling event near you. You can learn more at ndobowling.com.
So it looks like 19 and 20 back up and running. Players are getting some warm-up shots, and they're almost going to be a game behind.
Let's hope that's a group with a 4 instead of a 5, but see.
No, it's a 5.
It is a 5? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
That just means some extra time on Bold TV for everybody.
That's right.
We're infiltrating your Friday night, folks.
These two pairs in front of us are not having the greatest time in game number 2. But we did say earlier today, game number 2 tends to be a little bit more of a tough go.
And that's what we had in the first block as well. We saw some big scores in the opener. Pair of 260 games, courtesy of Dasha Kovalova and Maria Jose Rodriguez. But yeah, things kind of came to a halt in game 2. We were on a different set of pairs as well. We were on 15 through 18, watching that, but similar struggles.
Now on channel 2, we do actually have some good scores going. Brianna Clemmer with a possible 279 going into the 9th. Clara Guerrero has spare turkey spare. Summer Jasmine spare 4-bagger 9.
If we got some strikes there, we're a little bit farther back in these games. We can take a quick look over there.
Danielle Niddle with strike spare 5-bagger.
Let's go. So we're gonna go.
Hey,
Everybody
throw
hang
strikes
tight.
and you get to be on Bold TV.
If that's the case, why am I here?
Somebody's got to talk about the strikes
Oh, okay.
and give stuff away.
Oh, let's go.
Even more important.
It's my A game right there.
Aaron,
Here's-
you know what I did in my office recently? I
do not.
needed to set up a 4x3 monitor to do some digitizing of video, but I set up the old PlayStation.
Oh my.
Brunswick Circuit Pro Bowling after work. Me and you.
You live the dream.
That's right.
Honestly, JT, I think we could probably set that up here in the Bold TV studio back at the campus. Get it hooked up to the big monitors behind me. Smack talk each other. We could put that on Bold TV. That's weekly content right there.
It would be. It totally would be. I mean, we actually did have an idea to do that during the pandemic, but we couldn't get our bosses to approve playing video games during work hours. So
It'll be after work hours this time around.
that's right. That's right. It's overtime, baby. Missy Parkin with the strike. She's got a good game going. Possible 235. Yeah, that's right. Rep 2327. Circuit Pro Bowling. I don't know if they've ever topped it. Really, I mean, there's been a lot of good bowling games recently. I know Belmo's game was pretty cool. The PBA's game is pretty cool. But man, I don't know. Brunswick Circuit Pro Bowling, pretty great.
Too realistic.
It's too realistic. Do you still have the video of the? What'd you leave? Is it the apple?
Yes, I lilied on the.
Can you throw it up on Bowl TV? That would be epic. Maybe like a between game
I think I still got it.
bonus. Rep still has it in the jewel case. Mine never leaves the machine. It just stays in the machine. Yeah. No, the PBA game is awesome. I love it. I mean, I'm kind of old school with my gaming. I don't like having to like move things and turn things and shake things. I just like to push a button and That's kind of my style. So it's just, all right, let me just push this button when I'm supposed to push it. And, you know, you move around. The one thing that they didn't break down. So once you got lined up, you could shoot 260s all day, and, you know, basically would leave your, you know, a stone 8 every game or so, and maybe a ring 10 and shoot 258 or 279. But man, what a fun game that was. You had to play short tournaments, because otherwise, if you played the long tournament, you'd figure it out, and then you'd just run everybody over. But you got to play the short tournaments. That's the key. Keep it interesting. Let's see, with another strike. And Brianna Clemmer with it. Seems like she's figured out game 2. You know, it's interesting. We talked to Shannon O'Keefe, and yeah, we got a nice video game chat going in the chat right now. But yeah, we talked to her, and funny enough, we basically called Shannon a video game, right? I mean,
I believe that was mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you just push the button, and the little bowling animation does exactly what it's supposed to do. That's Shannon, right? She just pushes the button, repeat. It's just a lane play game for her. But what's really interesting is if you listen to that interview closely with Shannon that we did at the end of the block, she just said, "Hey, I got a few things to clean up, you know, and you know, a couple little things I want to try." And really what that means is that's code for I've already seen it once, and now I'm getting another chance at it. And this time when I see this and it tripped me up the first time, I'm going to try something different, right? That's what she means by cleaning things up. And the more reps that you give these players on this pattern, more 6-game reps, more information they're able to gather, the better they're going to get. And that's why they're so great. I remember Pong. Anybody? Yeah, I do. I remember my dad brought Pong home. It was minutes of fun. I couldn't ever get anybody to play with me. That was the problem. I got bored playing against a computer because, you know, when you trash talk a computer, it doesn't run up to its room and cry. Oh, 2600, Atari 2600. That was awesome. My favorite bowling game when I was a kid was Intellivision bowling. Did you ever have Intellivision bowling, Aaron?
I did not.
Okay. So Intellivision bowling, you had to be lefty. If you didn't play left-handed, you had no chance to win. I think I averaged like 205 right-handed, and left-handed in television bowling, 279 average. It was crazy. The ball just hooked back from the gutter on the left side, no matter how bad you threw it. And you could even, like, if you made a mistake on where you lined up, or you could actually give it a little bit more hook, and it would just hook back harder. It was crazy.
There's probably a few folks on the listening right now who think that happened all the time.
Right. I'll tell you, I was surprised. I had this conversation with Wesley Lowe, and he knew about the Intellivision bowling left-handed. Like, he knew. It was crazy. It was awesome, but you had to bowl left-handed. You had no chance. And they put Dick Weber was on the cover of the game sleeve. God, I wish I still had that. Big 268 for Brianna Clemmer. Danielle Nibble, the possible 248. What are you going to say, Aaron?
That'll get Brianna to plus 129 now, so she's in excellent shape to continue on here.
She's so good. She's so talented. Yeah, the Atari 2600 bowling was a little tough. It was you had to throw the ball in a certain spot so that it would hit the pocket, and you would have to make it hook. I mean, it's funny because you could make the ball hook with the joystick, right? And that I wish you could do that in real bowling. You just throw it out the window and just, okay, I need to joystick that one to the left. But you had to make it hook at just the right spot, or it would hit flat. It would like flat, just like this pattern, basically. And you could stone 8 on Atari bowling. And that was pretty rough. A lot of stone 8s on Atari 2600 bowling. Emil Williams would hate Atari 2600 bowling. And Randy Peterson.
That is certainly not their jam.
Clara with another strike in the 8th. Possible 247 for her. Summer with a big game. Possible 269. So what did we say about game 2 being tough?
It was looking tough on 11 through 14.
Yeah, we just had to move pairs. A nice look there at where Clara's playing, and right around 15 at the arrows, not getting it right of 11. That's a nice break there. Carrying the half pocket hit. Bowling fan would like to know who just won a Bowl TV t-shirt yesterday. Are there many people there watching? The answer is yes. It is pretty much packed all along the concourse. It's actually very warm in here. I'm not sure how comfortable it is for the ladies, but there's a red line on the floor where the fans have to stay behind, but they're packed 5 or 6 deep, and it's warm. I'm just sitting here right in front of where the fans are, and it's pretty warm back here. But it's cold when you walk into the building in the morning and there's nobody here. But when it gets packed with fans, it gets quite warm. Emma Grace Stockery with light mixer. She can shoot 185. Taylor Bailey about to get up. She could shoot 227 if she can take it off the sheet. Actually, she can't. She already left the 10 pin. So best she can shoot 207. Nice shot. Birgit can shoot 219 with 3 in the 10th.
He's in the 220s for game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's one thing. It is, players do like buildings, right? They'll tend to bowl well in a certain building. In fact, there were times on the PBA tour, and I believe on the PWBA tour as well back in the day, where, you know, players would skip places that they knew they didn't have a lot of success in. You know, there were, like, Earl Anthony didn't skip any place, but, you know, he knew when he showed up to bowl the PBA National Championship, things were going to be good for him. He won that thing 6 times. So, but there were other places where, you know, he didn't match up, and sometimes players would just skip those weeks. They'd give it a few tries and be like, hey, I can't hit that building. I'm just not. But this week, not only are they in the same building as, you know, we've been in the past, but it's basically the same pattern. So it's not surprising to see some of the same players that we saw bowl well in 2019 having a good week here this week.
And I think Nick mentioned because Nick is from the Indianapolis area, so pretty close to Louisville, that I think he said he was going to be stopping down on Saturday to take a look at the action on site. So perhaps we can bring him into the broadcast for a little bit to kind of discuss that.
Yeah, and he's going to bring his daughter, who's a huge fan of PWBA, so that'll be cool as well. Maybe get her in here to get her take on what she's seeing. Yeah, we got a little bit of that conversation going in the chat about, you know, the buildings, and, you know, it's interesting. You know, we talked about how the pins don't fall very well here, right? But, you know, if all you did was bowl league here, and you never left this bowling center, you wouldn't know any different. You'd think, oh, this is just the way the pins fall, right? You wouldn't know that the pins, you know, fall a lot faster at the Kegel Training Center, you know, than they do here. It's just what you expect. But I remember when I was growing up, you'd go out to some different bowling centers and you'd be like, oh my gosh, it's easy to hit the pocket at this place versus where I bowl. This is crazy. Oh my gosh. Like, I don't leave a 10 pin every time when I hit half pocket. The 10 pin actually falls. This is awesome. I love this bowling alley. So yeah, it's just one of those things. There very much used to be a thing about when we bowled a high roller and the players from the East Coast would come back and bowl, and they would have a very different style because they grew up bowling on old beat up heads, and they'd have this, you know, high backswings, high ball speed, you know, a lot more axis rotation because they needed to get the ball through the front part of the lane. They would have a lot more success at the high roller because that's what you needed to do. Whereas, you know, us lucky folks on the West Coast who got to grow up on, you know, newer bowling centers and, you know, a lot more head oil, where we had to make the ball hook, we'd go to the high roller and be like, what the heck is this? The ball's hooking at my toe. And the East Coast guys would be like, oh, it's perfect. Love this.
Set them up for more.
You know, eventually I think we figured it out on the West Coast. At least a few of us. Not me, but Robert Smith.
So he made the finals of a regional, I think, last weekend.
Yeah, he's been on the comeback trail a little bit with you know, his injuries have gotten a little better. He's been taking good care of himself. He's been change his game just a little bit, just to take some of the pressure off of you know, the hip and the back. And it's nice to see him. He's just so talented. I still think he'd be able to win out on tour if he, got himself in where he wanted to be as far as his physical conditioning, and he's just so talented.
Got 244 in the books for Summer Jasmine. She entered this game as the cut number. Not going to be the cut anymore. She's going to move up a couple spots. Now at plus 84. Clara Guerrero can still get to 226. That would put her at plus 256 overall. She was in second entering game number 2.
Oh, we've got it. We've got the video. It's so great. So incredible. Can't wait.
Can't wait.
We apologize in advance if you don't want to watch video game bowling, but if you do, which it sounds like a lot of you in the chat do, you're in for a treat.
I'm not. Everyone's going to me. So we do get a cameo appearance here from Emil Williams Jr. So before we head over to PWBA 3, for your viewing pleasure, My Lily and Brunswick Circuit Pro Bowling.
All right, what just happened?
Aaron Smith. I won't tell you who he's bowling with because that would just be a disservice to that individual, but he lilied.
All right, let's get a replay of that. Here we go. Oh, man!
Put some hand into it. Come on.
Come on. Mess up, man.
Nice. Brunswick Circuit Pro Bowling. Whether it's real life or Circuit Pro Bowling, sour apples.
You done messed up. Hey, Ron.
That was great. I love it. I loved it.
There you go, folks.
That's so awesome.
I was just trying to take the lane out of play. It was like a fill ball or 10th frame. I had already lost. I was trying something different.
Combat zone.
Like I'm going to take a little hand, go a little more direct, and then boom, that happened. I looked it up. That video is 5 years old now.
Yeah, that's perfect. It's so great. So great. You done messed up, Aaron.
Emil never missed the opportunity to remind me about that.
So anyway, it's fired back up in my office. So more great moments to come.
So we like to hear JT. We're going to head back to lanes here momentarily.
Yeah, we had another little issue, but those players have caught up. It looks like everybody's just kind of going to hold up until they're done, just so that we're not out of whack with our scoring and everything.
So I got Brianna Cote, Liz Johnson, Hope Gramley, and Jelmar Beasley and Alexis Nyer. Once again, they got slowed down here due to a mechanical issue, and looks like sounds like things are falling down there. Bree unfazed though. Makes it a double in the 7th and the 8th. Alexis Nyer still shoot 260. Will be stepping up next. As we wrap up game 2, another great apparel company on the PWBA Tour. We want to take a second to recognize Viz Sportswear. Offers a ton of great merchandise for you to pick up. You can learn more by visiting viz-sportwear.it. Hashtag never give up. Hashtag be unique. Shout out to Viz Sportswear, proud sponsor and apparel company on the PWBA Tour.
Yeah, Aaron, we've got Tennille Milligan in. She's going to give us a little update on what's going on with 19 and 20 and, whatever else she wants to talk about.
Well, let's talk about the moon and the stars and all that other good stuff right now. But the bowling is happening. Nothing's it's just a computer glitch. It didn't bring up the pair. So we're just waiting for this pair to get done. And then we're going to have the system bring up game 3 for everybody. So then we should be back on track.
Nice. Perfect.
So
what else is going on?
Well, let's see. What else is happening here today? Seems like every other pair had the front 7 at some point. A couple 9 spares going on. Split making world's best women bowlers in the world happening. So
Yeah. We also showed Aaron Smith's 5.710 that he left on Brunswick Circuit Pro Bowling from 5 years ago. So.
Oh, not from yesterday?
Ouch.
Wow, Tennille. Wow.
Brutal.
Sorry. Little Henri as we're finishing up here. We get to watch the Goat Bowl. We get to watch Brianna Clemmer, who's won so far this year. Some rookie sensations happening. It's a featured pair.
Yeah, it is. Pope Gramley, the collegiate player of the year.
Yes, and plays volleyball at McKendree as
I
well.
know, we talked about that a little bit, and she was very modest when I talked to her the other day about it, but she said, I'm not going to tell you her exact words, but she did say she's pretty good at volleyball.
Well, if she's as good at volleyball as she is in bowling, good luck, McKendree.
Yeah, well, I asked her that question, and she just said all she would really say is she wouldn't agree, right? She was like, yeah. But she did say that she's not going to go pro in volleyball because but not because she wasn't good enough. She said the position she plays, she's probably not tall enough.
What?
Yeah, right. She said, I'm probably not tall enough to be, but she said there's really no future after college. You can play in the Olympics, you can play like semi-pro beach volleyball, but there's really no way to make a living at it. She said she's always wanted to come out and bowl on the PWBA Tour, so that's what she's going to do.
I can't wait to have her out here. The girls are going to be nervous, but I can't wait to have her.
She's such a good athlete.
All right, I'm going to head to the front desk, but that's kind of the update. So we'll watch the Goat finish up here, get the rest of the ladies. Hopefully they all strike in the 10th frame. That way we can get the PWBA Louisville Open moving again.
Okay, thanks, Tennille.
Thanks, Tennille. Alexis Nyer, another one. 260 still out there. Late 4-bagger for Liz is going to get her into the 2-0s.
That's huge. I mean, there's a stat on the PGA Tour called strokes gained, right? And they do it for different types of shots. So on the drive or, on your iron play or putting, typically putting is what you hear it talked about the most. But basically the statistic is how many strokes are you gaining on the field in your putting, per round. And, when you look at a pair like this and all these players are, kind of shooting some low scores and Alexis is shooting, 260. That's pins gained on the field when you're bowling on that pair. So, shooting a 248 or 249, whatever she ends up shooting here, that's going to add, pins to her score, not just in, on the plus side, but also everybody else that has to hit this pair that doesn't shoot that high of a game, she's going to pick up pins on.
She is in a position where she needs to pick up pins on the field. Enter this game at -71. So this is going to be a big swing, but still going to need a couple of big games here down the stretch to continue the hot streak she's been on the past couple of weeks on tour. Kote able to get one of those hits we haven't seen too often, getting the Kick out the 10. Big opening strike for Angelimar Beasley. Inside the cut number at the moment, but was only ahead of the number by 19 pins heading into this game. Plus 59. Doesn't get the second hit, so she's going to be in the 180s. She's going to fall back a couple spots. Cote the double. Get to 210. It's going to get her up to plus 71. Then we mentioned Hope had 250, 252 to be exact in game one to get to minus 14. Double here in the 10th gets her into the 190s.
Yeah, had a little bit of a rough start.
66 under after the first 6. Oh, from way downtown.
Yeah, and she's playing a little bit more angle than a lot of players, but it worked well the first game.
And talking about Hope's collegiate career, she still has another year at McKendree, so be named Bowler of the Year as a junior. She'll be back one more time.
I could be wrong here, Aaron, but I think she might have 2 years of eligibility left. I know you're the expert, but she saved a year with COVID. She's going to do another year, an extended program. So I think she might actually have 2 years of eligibility left. Something to bookmark and look up a little later.
No, that's a good point. That is. I know for the USBC collegiate side, athletes did have the option to gain another year of eligibility this particular season.
And usually, when you win Bowler of the Year, you don't usually have 2 years more of eligibility left. So, I mean, she could be a 3-time Bowler of the Year. That would be pretty amazing. But, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's get the facts right before we go crazy.
Well, this was her third year bowling for McKendree. So started off in the 2018-2019 season.
Okay.
But that is a good point, though. That's something that had slipped my mind. So certainly could take advantage of that.
Has anybody ever won 3 Bowlers of the Year in their collegiate career?
Well, yes, depending on what organization you are talking about.
Anybody we know?
Yeah. A few people we just watched. Brianna Cote, I believe. Was
That's amazing.
Player of the Year all 4 years, I think. And then Brianna Clemmer for D2, D3. I think Jordan Richard was potentially 2 or 3 years.
Wow. That's amazing. Well, it looks like everybody's back, folks. I'm going to go change the game of graphic to game number 3 here at the PWBA Louisville Open.
Taking a look here on PWBA 3, lanes 19 through 22, Danielle Henderson, Kayla Bandy, Jordan Richard, and Courtney Ermish on 19 and 20, Summer Jasmine, Clara Guerrero, Emma Gray Stockery, Taylor Bailey, and Birgit Norreichs on 21 and 22. Over on PWBA 2, lanes 15 through 18, Tanya Ramanpour, Shania Carr, Kara Mangiola, and Stephanie Johnson on 15 and 16. Maria Bolanova, Jody Wessner, Stephanie Zavala, Abby Ragsdale, and Jordan Munt on 17 and 18. Then over on PWBA 1, lanes 11 through 14, Kayla Crawford, Danielle Duffy, Shalyn Zolkeefley, Caitlin Johnson, and Liz Culkin on 11 and 12. And Lauren Pate, Shannon Pluhowski, Kayla Smith, Fania Kobo, and Shannon O'Keefe on 13 and 14.
I had a few questions in the chat, and Stephanie Johnson not having her best week after having a pretty good night on the lanes for the PBA King of the Lanes Empress Edition, where she walked home as the champion. She is on the third page of our leaderboard, minus 43 after 8 games. So that's how Stephanie's doing. Jill Kramer not competing this week, bowling fan. Not sure what her story is this week, but she's not here competing. Oh, Mr. Curlis, thank you. Jill's recuperating from a sore thumb. Aaron, I got the score dash, but I didn't want to say it because then I felt you'd come back and then you'd want to do it and then it would be awkward. So I just saved it for you.
Well, that's awfully sweet of you, JT. I appreciate that.
I know. I'm a caring guy.
I was eagerly awaiting to wonder if they've been read. But now that I know it's up for grabs, I'll take it. I'll take this opportunity to tell you good folks that Dasha Kovalova continues to lead. 254, 247 out of the gates, plus 294 ahead of Clara Guerrero, plus 256. Diana Zavyalova, plus 205. Your only 3 players who are north of plus 200 at the moment. Liz Culkin moves up into 4th place, plus 191. Missy Parkin, plus 181 in 5th. Birgit Norreichs, we're watching her right now, plus 174. Melanie McDaniel, Melanie's been bowling great today, but she's had a eerily similar start to her 2 blocks so far. 177, 230 to kick things off earlier today. 170, 235 here in round 2. She's at plus 155 now, finished at plus 150 after her first 6 games. Laura Plazas drops a couple spots to plus 152. 8th place, Shalyn Zulkifli, plus 139. Brianna Clemmer, plus 129 in 10th. Talk about 12th place, Caitlin Johnson at plus 112. Shannon O'Keefe was 11th. I guess it was weird to skip over 11th and go to 12th. Plus 123. 15 players are at least at plus 100 or better. The cut line currently plus 43 in Jelmar Beasley. First player out is 2 players out, both at plus 36, Danielle McEwen and Kayla Pashina. 7 pins back, Stephanie Zavala plus 26, Taylor Bailey plus 24, Brianna Andrew plus 21, Daria Payuk picking up some steam here in round number 2. She's up to plus 20 now. Valerie Bercier plus 18, Lindsay Boomershine plus 17. She's had a rough go of it so far this block, 185, 159. To drop out of the number, Lauren Pate plus 16. And then Deandra at plus 5, 42 players averaging at least 200.
You know, it's interesting, Aaron. You mentioned Danielle McEwen's name there. And, you know, she's won a couple of her titles on, you know, patterns like this, longer patterns where you have to keep the ball in front of you and throw it hard. And I've kind of realized the last few weeks, she doesn't really throw it hard anymore. And I'm wondering if that foot injury, you know, has something to do with that. You know, we saw her bowl well at the Queen. She's bowled really well all year. We haven't seen her win, but, you know, she's had some good tournaments. But we really haven't seen her throw the ball hard and play straight. At least I haven't. Maybe I've missed it. But, you know, and then you see when she bowled on the PBA show the other night, you know, all they talked about was her injury. And, you know, I know we've been talking about it for a long time, and it feels like she's kind of over it a little bit, but she's still wearing that tennis shoe. And you know, I watched her bowl earlier today. She's throwing it slow and kind of slow hooking it, which, you know, on this pattern, you would think she'd be firing it, you know, and keeping it in front of her. So I'm just wondering if, you know, is that toe bothering her to the point where she's not comfortable throwing it hard?
That's a fair point. Looking at, some of the players at the top of the leaderboard, kind of do those same things, Clara and Missy. But I remember you mentioning it quite a bit at the Queens when she was just, she led qualifying. She put on a phenomenal performance, made a great run through the bracket as well. That, she was doing some different things, kind of outside of the A game we've become used to seeing for her. So I think that, is a valid point to potentially consider. That maybe that's just not, we talked about injuries and, going to have the opportunity to rest up here after this event. And maybe that's something Danielle will be looking forward to getting back to and working on once that foot feels a little bit better.
And she's been pretty cagey about it. She hasn't really wanted to talk about it too much. She's kind of, when we've asked her about it, she's kind of swept it under the rug. And, a lot of times players don't like to talk about it if they have an injury, right? They don't want everybody else in the field to kind of know that they're vulnerable. But she's bowled well. She's so talented. When she's 80%, she can still win. But, it's just kind of interesting. Maybe she doesn't have her A game because she can't push off that toe and, really dive into it and throw it hard like we've kind of become accustomed to seeing her on occasion be able to do. But as I mentioned at the Queens, if she gets that back and she can slow hook it and be competitive, man, watch out. Roderick pointing out that Brianna Clemmer with the front 7. She's just off our featured pairs on 23 and 24. And she just shot 260 game number 2. So she's on a tear right now.
Did move into the top 10 plus 129. That big game. No 300s yet here this week in Louisville. Dasha Kovalova, the front 10. Closest we've come so far. Nice cover there by Taylor Bailey.
And we mentioned Stephanie Johnson and how she's been struggling this week, but over on 15 and 16, she's got strike spare 5-bagger. So, 280 would get her right back in the mix, with a chance to make the cut. Back for Birgit for a turkey. We've got a debate going on in the chat about not black clouding Brianna Clemmer. So we will certainly not show her on. You can see her from afar. But Missy Parkin on that pair also having a big game, possible 268.
I feel just taking a look at the standings here that Seen a lot more 450s, 460s than what seemed like we saw in the early going of last block. So whether or not we have that dip like we had during round number one, have to wait and see on that. But it seems like the folks who are comfortable on this pattern are striking a little bit more as we get going.
Definitely, it's a game of adjustments, and the players will have different ideas in mind. They'll know when they hit them the last block and when they didn't, and they'll have some different ideas for how to combat some of the challenges that they ran into. Clara with a great shot there. First double of this game. She's still got a great ball reaction. Just her carry hasn't quite been what it was, I think, in the opening round, but still plugging along pretty strongly. 203, 226, her first 2 games of this block. Front 9 for Clemmer. Now, got do not have it on Bowl TV. We do have a little piece of it. You can see it over there just to the right, but we do have Curtis von Kruger scoping it out, and we'll post it on social media if Brianna can finish it off.
Is she going to be on 23 or 24 for her 10th frame, JT?
She's going to be on 24. Verity Crawley also has the front 7 up on the high side. And Stephanie Johnson now strike spare 7-bagger.
Woo.
Yeah. Let's go. Verity fell off the first page of the leaderboard after a 168 last game, but looks like she's bouncing right back. So, Clemmer, you're not going to see her deliver the ball, but you will see her ball go down the lane on 24 here in just a moment. Next shot that goes down that lane will be her.
You see Missy on 23 delivering the strike.
Yeah, that was not her best.
Missing the head pin there. Let's see if we got time to go check out Stephanie's 10th frame real quick. Switch over there. Stephanie will be up on 15 and 16 momentarily here. Just the one spare in frame number 2, 280 out there. Enter this game at minus 43. Would get to plus 37 with all three in the 10th.
Funny, we got some folks in the chat, blaming Curtis there for the 1-2-4-8 that Brianna left, but Curtis came by and he actually said, if it's a player that he doesn't know, he thinks there is some validity to the black cloud theory, but if it's a player that you don't know, or I'll give you a perfect example. I know this situation all too well because I've been the black cloud for a long time, long history of it. At team trials, let's say, you've got a bunch of kids that nobody's seen before, and they all want to be on Bowl TV, right?
Who doesn't?
Right, exactly. But if they've got the front nine, I will typically hide a couple pairs away, and as soon as they turn their back to start to face the lanes for the 10th one, I will run in and set that camera up. And then if they get the 10th one, they know there's a camera there, right? But by then it's a fair game because hey, I'm throwing the front 10, so there's going to be a camera there.
It is to be expected nowadays.
Correct.
True.
Correct. But I also had a rule: if I was down there with the camera, I don't talk to the player unless the player talks to me. That's a good rule to have. And sometimes they want to talk to you. Sometimes, like Hunter Kempton, Hunter, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, I remember he was one of the kids at the team trials, had the front nine. He had a bunch of times one year, and I went down there to shoot, and he got, ice. He saw me, and he just wanted to talk. He just talk, and I was like, buddy, you might want to think about your next shot here. I think he got the next one and then missed, and then he had it like two more times later in the tournament, and he just wanted to talk. Some players don't want to talk at all. Even though I'd known them well and I was friends with them and I'd had dinner with them, I would go down there, they would just ignore me. And that's fine. I would do my job and they would do their job. And sometimes they'd get the 300 game, sometimes they wouldn't. But at the end of the conversation I just had with Curtis, he actually said, I really appreciate Verity because she knows when I go down there and she misses, it's her fault.
Verity's the one.
She is. But it is a thing.
There's a unique art to it. I as you kind of explained it there, depending on the type of the event as well, working the Open Championships for a couple of years, a lot of opportunities usually throughout the course of the event to see folks get 7, 8, 9 in a row. And, you're down there, you're doing your job, but finding ways to be stealth in those situations or as stealth as possible, sometimes a little bit easier than others, depending on the teammates, depending on the group, depending on, team event versus doubles and singles, kind of all that plays into it. But is a unique atmosphere to be in, especially when someone does not finish the deal and all their friends and teammates just begin to look at you.
But I'll tell you, the worst feeling, Aaron Smith, is when someone shoots 300 and you miss it. And it's happened. It's happened. I know there was one at the U.S. Open that we missed that we still beat each other up over, Matt Cannizzaro and I, because there was two of us. It was Matt Ogle bowled. He bowled 2 300s, and we got the first one. But then there were 2 people or 3 people that were up on the high side that were shooting 300. One of them got it, and one of them missed, I think, on the final shot. And Matt bowled one down on the low end, and we missed it. And it was his second one of the tournament. And God, we felt bad about that.
Well,
And
JT,
we took a lot of flack for it too. But we did. It was, believe me, none of it was worse than how bad we felt.
JT, you're a brave man for telling that story in Matt Ogle's hometown right now. So
I hope he's here so I can apologize right to his face.
nice 258 for Steph J to get to plus 15. So a big swing for her. Stephanie Zavala. She found success in the early part of round number 1 and then ran into some struggles in the back half of the block. Trying to get the pins now. Still shoot 279 this game. Currently a plus 26, so that would get her to the plus 100 range. See her up in the 9th frame momentarily.
Yeah, we had Curtis down there for Verity. She missed. Rocio had the front 8. Curtis was down there. She missed. So still no 300 games in Louisville. But certainly some big scores here in game number 3.
We are in the back half, the home stretch. Game 3 of 6, round 2 of qualifying at the 2021 PWBA Louisville Open, taking place at Executive Strike and Spare in Louisville, Kentucky. My name's Aaron Smith. alongside Jason Thomas, Curtis Von Kruger, part of the Bowl TV crew as well this week. 6 games in the books from earlier today. We'll be halfway done with this block. Just a couple of frames. Right now here on 17-18, Stephanie Zavala, 2-time winner this season. Chance to move into the number. Can get to 279. She'll wrap up this game on lane 17 in just a moment. Reports from Roderick on site, 276 for Rocio, 257 for Verdi. Rocio was at minus 18 to start this block. And minus 102 entering this game. So rough start for Rowe, 147 and a 169 before finding the right look. So she's going to make up a lot of those pins, still going to be minus. The big game from Verdi is going to get her north of plus 120. We'll have Zavala stepping up here momentarily for her 10th frame.
She's got firepower, man. That's the other thing I like about this pattern and a lot of Nick's patterns is, even though they're tough, you can shoot big scores and big scores can bail you out. Kind of like, in golf, the Masters back nine, there are so many risk reward holes where you can make eagles and catch up to the field. And, I know Nick, he's a huge fan of that golf tournament. We used to watch it together at my house when we both worked for PBA. And I think he incorporates some of that kind of stuff into the patterns. He likes to see players, he likes to tempt them to take chances to shoot big scores because he knows it leads to excitement. It leads to exciting things happening. People shooting 260 to make the cut, stuff like that. And he's always constantly challenging you to think and whether you want to take that chance. So it's just, to me, it's funner to watch than something like a U.S. Open where they're just flat and it's a grind and they're going to be hard and there's really no chance that, once you're 100 back, you're really not going to have a chance to make it up because you can't shoot 260s. But it's not like I don't like watching the U.S. Open, but this to me is a lot more fun, a lot more interesting. But on the other hand, I'm not a big fan of watching, a strike fest.
Well, it was a strike fest that game for Stephanie Zavala, JT, 262. She's going to move into the number. But once again, we'll see about that roller coaster. The ups and downs that this pattern has presented for quite a few competitors in this 70-plus player field.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll have a better strategy for ball choices. coming down the stretch. She really struggled down the stretch in the first block. I mean, she's reached the level of stature out here where she's getting attention from the ball reps. So, they had some conversations, on that at the end of that block and say, hey, we need to drill you something up for the last 3 games here. You just didn't have an answer for it. So maybe get a little report on a ball that Stephanie drilled up, or if they made some changes to some of her surfaces on some of the existing equipment. I'll work on getting a report on that for you guys at home here in this next game.
Does get her to plus 88 overall. Maria Balanova, 201 to get to plus 103. Jody Wessner working on a strike. Max score 210. Jody fresh off a win at the Ohio State Queens. Her second consecutive victory at that event. Unable to get the second hit in the 10th. Game 4 about to get underway on 15 and 16. Gigi Mason at plus 96. Andrea Bear at plus 104. But looking at a 4.67 to start. Daria Payuk at minus 3 and Pamela Alvarez minus 33. I believe this is our first time catching these competitors so far this event. There's Gigi. Come on, 10-pin. That wasn't half pocket. That wasn't in the 20% range.
Seen a couple of those high flush 10 pins. Valerie Bercier left one. Seen all kinds of weird carry this week. Yeah, interesting conversation in the chat about two-handed bowling. Yeah, I mean, it's not that easy. I mean, if it were as simple as throwing it two hands and all of a sudden you become a great bowler, it's really not. I mean, you know, the thing that makes Jason Belmonte so great is he's a great bowler. You know, he knows all the tricks that all the great bowlers in the past have known. You know, he knows how to slow the ball down and change the shape and throw it harder and straighter, and he can play out, he can play in. That's the same qualities that all great bowlers have had throughout the history of the sport. Certainly the power is an advantage, but I also have seen some folks, you know, mention that accuracy is not as important. But, you know, the reason why Belmo's great is because he's the most accurate with that power. I remember seeing the Cats numbers on his 300 game at the World Series of Bowling a number of years back. And I looked at it and I said, This is Earl Anthony with a 600 rev rate and 5 more miles an hour of ball speed. It's good luck beating him. I mean, he was within half an inch at the break point. His ball speed was within, 0.1 miles per hour, and his rev rate was within 20 RPMs on every shot. I mean, he's like a machine.
That was Earl's nickname.
The Doomsday Stroking Machine, yeah. And yeah, so I'll tell you, these players nowadays, they're just so good, and they're great spare shooters. I know a lot of people don't want to give them credit for that, but the game has gotten to the point where you really can't afford to give up spares. And really, that was kind of the high roller generation, the Brad Angelos, the Chris Barnes generation that really learned how to make spares at a almost automatic rate. But then you've got Simonson, who he's kind of taken it to another step, with the backup ball, and he can pretty much play any angle. Some of the matches he's had with Jason Belmonte have been really interesting because you'd assume they'd be playing the lanes exactly the same. And I know that Players Championship that Simo won, he was playing straight up the lane, just throwing BBs, and Belmo's 20 boards left of him, just hooking the whole lane, and Simo just out-bowled him. So those guys are just good bowlers. You can just take the word two-handed out of it. They're just good bowlers. But it is. I'm also interested in some of the challenges with switching to two hands. The challenge of getting the ball speed, the challenge of controlling your rev rate. It's not easy. I mean, Walter Ray, one of the greatest bowlers of all time, if not the greatest. He's kind of played around with two hands, has had some success with it, but he knows he can never do it like Jason Belmonte can do it. It's hard. It takes a lot of skill.
Well, JT, while you're apologizing to Matt Ogle, you can ask him about that as well. He was a very talented one-handed player who had some injuries, I believe, that forced him to switch to two hands, and obviously has found success doing that as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's got a great two-handed game, and I think the key for him is his flexibility. And if you look at where he gets the ball in his backswing, he's able to, almost. It just looks like, I remember seeing a shot of Jason Belmonte from the front at the top of his swing, and his torso was at a 90-degree angle to his hips at the top of the backswing. And it's like, I remember we had a coworker that used to throw it with two hands, and he met Belmo, and he was, really excited to meet Belmo because he grew up watching him bowl, and he threw a shot for Belmo, and Belmo said, "Hey mate, you ever try yoga?" And it's just the flexibility that you need in order to get your body in that position. And the other thing a lot of folks say is that the two-handed style is not going to last because it's just too hard on your body. And Belmo's in his late 30s, and he's doing just fine. My career ended in my early 20s just because of repetitive stress injuries, and I was not a two-hander. My rev rate was not 400. So I think you're just as susceptible to injuries, being a stroker in this game as you are with being a two-hander. And the other piece, and I'll get off the soapbox, is we asked Mark Baker who were his all-time great fundamentals, and he named about 5 players, and he included Jason Belmonte in that group.
He's keeping good company. We were able to introduce the folks.
Jim
bowling.
Stefanich reference Aaron in the chat.
Of course, I thought that was just
great.
that was taken with everybody knowing that already. But
Yeah,
yes,
that's awesome.
The original two-hander. I'm sure of it.
Jim Stefanich was an athlete, man. He was buff. Go back and watch some of those old, what do you call it? It wasn't Battle of the Network Stars. We brought that up a couple weeks back when Jim Stefanich, but he did this thing where like all the athletes did it. And somebody gave us the right name of it, but he was like weightlifting and maybe he played golf on the PGA Senior Tour. And the guy was an incredible athlete. Not to mention the pride of Joliet, Illinois.
Before there was Joliet Jake, there's Joliet Jim. Before we get into our score update, it currently is available on PWBA.com through 9 overall games, 3 on this block. Joining on 17 and 18, Dasha Kovalova, Sandra Gongora, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Jada Horn, and Jennifer Hokersack. And once again, in a similar fashion to how she kicked things off in round number 1, Dasha Kovalova has put up another 740 set out of the gates to extend her lead over the field, plus 337 for the 3-time champ. Clara Guerrero second, plus 270. Diana Z plus 249, 1 pin ahead of Missy Parkin at plus 248. Liz Culkin rounds out the top 5 at plus 224. Birgit Norreichs plus 217. Brianna Clemmer 268, 274 back-to-back to get to 731 for this block. She's at plus 203 now. And then a big drop-off after that. Melanie McDaniel in 8th place, plus 148. So 55 pins between 7th and 8th. Shannon O'Keefe at plus 138. Shalyn Zolkeefli plus 137. Laura Plazas plus 135. And then Jordan Richard and Maria Jose Rodriguez at plus 122, tied for 12th. 17 players at plus 100 or better. The cut line is now plus 56. Danielle McEwen. After a 220 game, the number is on the rise. There is a tie for first player out at plus 55. 1 pin back, Sandra Gongora and Sydney Brummett. Tanya Ramanpour at plus 39. And Jelmar Beasley plus 38. Stephanie Johnson jumps up to 37th place, now at plus 15. Alexis Nair, Taylor Bailey, and Valerie Bercier all at plus 10. Shannon Pluhowski plus 6. Deandra plus 4. Kara Mangiola and Lauren Brown at plus 3. Your players plus. Kara, 715 out of the gates here. She was minus 112 after the first 6.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, you know, Brianna Clemmer, we had her on game 1, and we're kind of like, okay, she needs to get it going. And yeah, she got it going. Shot 140 over the next 2 games. All of a sudden, you know, if you're looking at the leaderboard and you go, where the heck did she come from? That's kind of scary. Joe Palin, thank you. Yes, Superstars. That is the name of the show that Jim Stefanich was featured on. And also thank you for the airplane and Monty Python reference. We always appreciate those.
So reps comment in the chat. I just want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you. That is often uttered by members of the Bowl TV live stream crew, and just one person is covering an event. So So next weekend, JT, when you're back at Smyrna Bowling Center, I'm going to say that to you. Hopefully you will return the favor as I'm in the Super Bowl.
Yes, I will.
Have some TNBA events next weekend. A pair of Rodmans up on the schedule right here on Bowl TV.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Last time I was in this building, we did a TNBA event here. We have another one coming up in this building also in July. Nice to see them back out on the lanes. They, the TNBA, normally a little earlier in the year, but push the start of some events back just because of COVID. But great to see them back and having events again. And we'll have all the coverage right here on Bowl TV. Gigi having a little bit of a rough go here in game number 4 of the block, 70 through the 5th. Gigi plus 96 currently, but 586 for her first 3 of this block.
First double of game 4 for our tournament leader.
Maria not very happy with that shot there. And she's going the wrong way. Shot 164, 174 to start the block. Misses on the bucket. But she did bowl 237 last game, so nice bounce back, and did start with the front 3 here in game number 4. But she's crossing with the tournament leader, trying to keep pace.
A few questions in the chat about TNBA and as well as PWBA. So we actually did, as JT mentioned, we had a pretty full schedule of TNBA events in 2020 planned for Bowl TV. Obviously, with the pandemic, most of those got postponed or canceled. So looking forward to restarting those events here in 2021. Once again, that'll be next week in Canton, Michigan, just outside Detroit, and just outside Nashville, once again in Smyrna, Tennessee. As far as the PWBA, they're going to be off for about the next 4 or 5 weeks, but they will be back at the PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles event in Houston, also known as the Lucy. That'll be taking place, I believe it starts on July 29th, so that'll be covered as well here on Bowl TV through our friends at Flow Bowling. Then right after that, the Summer Classic Series from the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. Another 3 national tour stops and a regional event will kick off as soon as that wraps up.
Gosh, just slamming them, Aaron.
I believe at the Kickoff Classic Series, in talking to Chuck Gardner, he said, or I believe he, when in talking about Dasha and one of her runs at a show, since she made 2 of them there, said there's nobody who can get the ball through the front of the lane more effortlessly than Dasha Kovalova. Just her natural role, and we've talked a lot about that, and taking a look at Stephanie Zavala, who's kind of been fighting that toward the end of the block. So with the pattern being similar to last year and just being a foot longer,
she certainly doesn't mind the friction.
Does enjoy taking advantage of it, yes.
Maury Griffith says Johnny Bench won the bowling section of Superstars with a 131. That's awesome.
Whether it's by an inch or a mile, winning's winning. Fast and Furious.
That's great.
I'm sure Johnny was proud of that win regardless of the score.
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. He's not giving back the trophy. A lot of celebrities have bowling lanes in their homes. Aaron Smith. We've got certainly some that we know. We've got Mark Calcavecchia, golfer, has some bowling lanes in his house. LeBron James. Maria Sharapova famously has some bowling lanes in her house. She actually had a little social exchange with some of the players on the PWBA tour about coming over and teaching her how to bowl.
Did you mention Tony Stewart?
Tony Stewart's got some lanes in his house. In fact, there's a promotion going on right now with Go Bowling where folks will win a chance to bowl in Tony Stewart's home bowling alley. So if you don't follow Go Bowling on social, go over and do that. You have a chance to win that. That would be a pretty cool experience.
I've seen Tony Stewart bowl.
Is
He's
he good?
left-handed. He's left-handed. Did you know? But,
I didn't know that. I didn't. He didn't look like a lefty.
I have a great video on my phone of 1 year
Him
at the
leaving
tour.
a 5.710.
No, I do not. But during the Tour Championship, which was held at the Richmond Raceway as part of Race Week in Richmond for a couple of years there.
Nasty blower 7 for Daria.
And so we had, the Go Bowling drivers were up there, but Tony Stewart ended up showing up, and he was tossing the rock out there, and all of a sudden, he's working with Shannon O'Keefe. Shannon Pluhowski's up there, and they have the the house balls up there, provided by Cubica AMF. So folks can go up, and it's a big part of the weekend experience. A lot of folks can go to the lanes because they're specially built at the Old Dominion building on site, and so Tony's up there. They got the MC up there. They're grilling him, and he's trying to find out the best way. And all of a sudden, you got Shannon O'Keefe taking one of the house balls, hitting it with like 1,000 grit, trying to create a little more, ball motion for Tony. And all of a sudden, Shan Pluhowski's over there, and Shannon left-handed as well. Tony takes her ball, is able to fit into it, and all of a sudden just starts throwing strikes with Shannon Pluhowski's ball.
Wow.
So
That's impressive.
it's good at times.
Somebody in the chat says that the White House got rid of the lanes, bowling lanes. You remember the old Richard Nixon photo of him bowling in his suit?
Of course.
Or not a suit, but button-up dress shirt with the tie. But someone's saying Barack Obama got rid. I don't know if that's true. I know Barack Obama is a terrible bowler. There was a clip that went around of him throwing a ball, and it was not pretty. I know he's a good basketball player, but he's not a good bowler. But I could have sworn the lanes were still at the White House. I know Shannon O'Keefe and the McKendry team got to go to the White House after they won the national championship. And I thought the lanes were still there, but I could be wrong. Maybe someone could fact check that for us. Well, Maria bounced back after that open in the fourth with a couple more strikes. Let's see if she can keep the string going. The bowling alley is still there, guys. So yeah, that's not true. Blaming Obama for something he didn't do. In fact, there's a photo I'm looking at right now, which has Melania Trump's Be Best campaign logo and poster hanging on the wall. So it looks like they redid it. It's got nice blue couches and looks great. It looks like they may have even put synthetic lanes in there. Oh no, maybe it's still wood. Might still be the original wood. One lane. It's still there, guys. Still there. It's good to hear. gold balls for Trump. I've seen Trump hit a golf ball. I know he's a good golfer. I don't think I've ever seen him throw a bowling ball though. All right, enough politics, right? Just before someone chimes in and gets mad at us for daring to utter a politician's name on a bowling show. Dasha Kovalova with the spare in the 7th. Just cruising right along. Possible 247 this game. Maria Jose Rodriguez, nice game going as well. Can shoot 242. Pamela Alvarez trying to bail out 180. Gigi Mason, rough game for her. 156 if she can strike on the fill ball. So she's going the wrong way.
$161 for Andrea Bear. She's going to fall back a little bit and get right toward the cut number now at plus 65. Gigi in a similar position now, plus 50 after 154.
Yeah, that's going to probably move her outside the number. Or close to it.
We've seen the number creeping up here the past couple of games.
Daria gets the 9 pin to tip over and throws her hands up.
Well, that's a big hit for her. Coming in at -3, if she's able to finish this one off with a couple strikes, gets to a place where she can pop a 230, 240, and be right in the mix here now. Had the big game last week to sneak into the top 12, and then went on a tear to earn the top overall seed. The Greater Nashville Open.
Dasha tripping fours and taking names.
Let's go. Bowl TV taglines. Yeah. Can't believe after all those meetings we had for the taglines, we didn't come up with that.
We didn't have Dasha Kovalova in the meeting.
We didn't. We needed her the whole time.
Daria with... It's just a tough pattern for her. She likes to see the ball make a motion on the back end, and this is just not the pattern for that.
Saw a little fire there for the double for Sandra. She was 1 pin out of the number heading into this game.
She's just been grinding all day. Another player that likes to see the ball hook on the back part of the lane. it's just so interesting, you know, the different. I mean, obviously all these players are great, but you know, someone like Dasha she just doesn't mind seeing the shape, and it's like candy for her. You know, oh great, I can see the ball hook early and lay off, and it hits like a bomb. Awesome. And then, you know, a player who's equally as good, who likes to see a different ball motion, just looks like they can't get out of their own way. But, you know, flip it and let them open up the back part of the lane, and things just completely change. So it's just fun to see all the different patterns we get to bowl on out here, and who likes what and who doesn't. Look at that, just knuckleballing it through the heads and getting the ball to shape up in just the right spot and pop that 10 out. Take that.
Here's Gongora setting up frame number 9. Kind of fell off of that one. He's going to have a chance, though, and nearly to 710 for a second there. Should take care of the spare. Max at 200 now. Stay at plus 55. Shannon O'Keefe 247 this game to get to plus 185.
Yeah, this is right where she started to heat up in block number 1. She did have a better start to the block, even though it wasn't much to write home about, 200, 212, 215. But she started the day earlier with 173, 237, 176. So she's in much better shape going into the last 3 than she was this morning. This morning she shot 257, 233, 235 the last 3 games. So it looks like she cleaned up a little bit those first 3 games, but still doesn't quite have, I think, what she would want. And so I would imagine we're going to see even more adjustments out of her tomorrow.
So here comes our tournament leader, Dasha Kovalova.
Oh, man.
Does not get the hit on the light mixers. So 220s out there for her. That'll get her into the plus 360 range. Of course, as many of the fans know on Bowl TV, Dasha, a great artist as well as a phenomenal bowler. Started designing some of her own jerseys this season. She's wearing one of them right now. But I mentioned it when we talked to her on the podcast yesterday. With it being a Bowl Expo and a new bowling ball season, Brunswick did show some new Visiballs coming out, with one of them being a Dasha Kovalova original. So she's going to have essentially, I don't know how, and nothing hit that 10 pin for Jada, but she's going to have her own spare ball from her own artwork coming out.
Do we have an example of it?
Let me check the Facebook or the Gram or the one of the two. That's where I saw it. So
Yeah,
I'll see if I can pull up a picture of that real quick.
I'm gonna buy one. Oh, it's a Medusa head. Wow. I wonder if it's based on our Mike Flanagan Medusa meme that we did. Probably not.
I would hope not.
Did that scare you? Did it give you nightmares?
Just a little bit. Let's see if we can bring this up here. For the folks who follow her on her athlete Facebook page, it is available on there. Dasha Kovalova, PWBA.
It's like Kimberly Power has posted the link in the chat. .188 for Sandra Gongora here in game number 4, and we are going to move into game number 5 here on Bowl TV. Since we only have one lane going here,
Oh, I guess I can't share that just yet. Yeah, save the photo. I lied. Everybody hang tight.
Anticipation is building.
I forgot that I already am sharing a screen, which is the video we're all watching. So go figure.
What the heck?
Come on, Aaron. It's just day one.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a quick opportunity to show it here, folks. So it's just going to cover up the screen. It's going to be in the bottom left-hand corner.
Oh, that's awesome. Is it just the one, the Medusa one? That's.
I believe it's just the one for right now. So
Okay. That is so cool.
hopefully this turns into a line of Dasha Kovalova originals. Brunswick, if you're listening.
Everybody needs to go out and buy one of those.
We're all in for as much Dasha gear as we can get our hands on here on the PWBA tour.
It was just, it's so cool that she ended up doing Medusa, because I don't know if you know this, Aaron, but just recently was the 40-year anniversary of Clash of the Titans.
I did not know that.
Yeah, and that movie scared the bejesus out of me when I was 8 years old. And Medusa was the one that did the scaring. It was just like this cheesy stop motion animation, but it was just creepy, and it just worked.
It just worked in its creepiness.
Yeah. It was so bad it was good. And I still love watching that movie to this day. The original Clash of the Titans, not the one that they remade with CGI, but the original stop motion Harry Hamlin starring vehicle. Yeah, just go watch it. So cool.
Taking a look here on lanes 15 through 18 for game 5. Just 2 games left to go, folks, before we know our top 32. To our left on 15 and 16, Rocio Restrepo, Chelsea Thompson, Lindsay Boomershine, Taylor Boltice, and Allison Lakota. On 17 and 18 to your right, Haley Richard, Dana File, Kayla Pashina, and Diana Z. Over on PWBA 3, Elise Bolton, Ashley Galante, Laura Plazas, Julia Bond, and Kelly Kulik, along with Pamela Alvarez, Andrea Bear, Daria Payuk, and Gigi Mason. And on PWBA 1, 11 through 14, Kristen Alcorn, Aaron McCarthy, Melanie McDaniel, Valerie Bercier, Faraday Crawley, Sydney Brummett, Josie Barnes, Brianna Andrew, and Jessica Ernest.
Got a question in the chat about bowling, although we did fire up quite a few people who remembered Clash of the Titans and love that movie, and Bubo, the mechanical owl. But question about the low end of the house and how it's scoring, it's a good question. We have seen some players make the flip from the high end to the low end and struggle a little bit, but Dasha Kovalova started on the low end of the house and went 254, 247, 243. So I guess it would just depend on who's bowling on that end. But it certainly seems like it's just as hittable as any part of the house. We've seen high scores on the high end. We've seen high scores right in the middle in front of us. And we've seen high scores on the low end as well. So it doesn't seem like any part of the building plays better than the other. But like I said, we have seen some players flip from the high end to the low end and shoot 140.
It's a nice shot there from DZ for the early double. She's been right around the top of the leaderboard throughout. Was in third place after 9 games. Improved upon that, or improved her plus minus total, entering this game at plus 264.
Yeah, Roderick, good observation. There's the trio all on our featured pairs. Verity on PWBA 1, Diana on PWBA 2, and Daria on PWBA 3. It's almost like we planned it that way. Light mixer for Rocio.
JT just got a pretty cool note via email from a local reporter in the Louisville area. Tom Lane from WDRB TV stopped by the center a little bit earlier today. He talked with Diana. Terrible break with that high flush 7.
Nasty.
Stopped by today to get some coverage of the event. Just sent me a note saying that they ran a story with Dasha on their 6 o'clock show, but there'll be a longer feature tonight, 11:24 local time, Eastern time. So for any folks who are in the greater Louisville area who get WDRB, they are the Fox affiliate. You can check out that feature with Dasha. So thanks to Tom for stopping by, passing that news along.
Yeah, we'll have to try to share that out if we can on social when after it airs tonight. But nice media coverage here in the Louisville area. And man, you never know what you're going to get with Dasha.
That's true. You still owe her $1 million, I've heard. So
I know. I'm going to be paying that off for some time. I'm going to be doing PWBA events when I'm 96 to pay that off.
you'll still be talking about Jim Stefanich.
Of course. Of course. Always will be. wonder how many two-handers there will be on the PWBA tour when I'm 96, which is 48 years from now.
I'm curious if people will still be frustrated by urethane in 48 years.
Well, I'll be throwing plastic again, or maybe rubber.
The waves
Saying,
of
ban
sport.
rubber, ban rubber.
Do have a score update after 10, now available on pwba.com. Dasha Kovalova continues to lead. Plus 361, now 97 pins. Ahead of second place, a new player in second place. Diana Z, we're watching her right now, plus 264. Moves into second, Missy Parkin at plus 262. Birgit Norreichs and Clara Guerrero tied for fourth at plus 240. Clara drops a couple spots after 170 in game 4. Brianna Klemmer, her last three have been 268, 274, and 231. To move up into sixth place, plus 234, Liz Culkin in seventh, plus 224. Shannon O'Keefe in eighth, plus 185. Melanie McDaniel, plus 169. Maria Balanova rounds out the top 10 at plus 153. 18 players currently plus 100 or better. The cut number, plus 43. We actually have a tie for 31st and 32nd place, so the number dropped a couple pins. It was plus 56 last game. Sandra Gongora and Sydney Brummett tied for 31st and 32nd spot. First player out in Jellamar Beasley, plus 40. Taylor Bailey at plus 35. Stephanie Johnson, 258, 218 to get to plus 33. She's tied with Erin McCarthy. Kayla Pashina, plus 28. Cara Mangiola, continuing strong this block, plus 25. Alexis Nair, plus 20. Valerie Bercier, plus 14. Tanya Ramanpour, plus 4. Deandra, plus 2. Daria, plus 1. 43 players averaging at least 200 or better.
Z's throwing it great right now.
You talked about the aggressiveness, a little bit earlier today, and definitely seen her show that here so far through this game. Should be 5 for 5.
Yeah, she's just posting every shot, getting it, accelerating through the shot every time. Just looks very confident. Which, you watch her bowl on the show this week, the Empress of the Lanes, and she looked terrible. I mean, if we're being honest. So, it's good to see her bowling well. Yeah, someone mentioned in the chat, Haley throwing it great this game too. And there's another one right there, strike spare 4-bagger.
Haley at plus 110 entering this game. Plus 34 in the opening block and plus 76 so far through 4 games. You know, JT, when I talked to Dasha for our preview story, she said, you know, I really didn't, or she didn't want to dwell too much on having success in this building before. You know, she didn't want to necessarily, you know, have that kind of play into her mindset or her process while she was competing, saying, you know, hey, I've struck here a bunch. If I'm not striking, you know, hey, what's happening? Why is this not happening? I should be getting these strikes. You know, it's kind of, you know, one of the ways she just, you know, processes an event from week to week. She kind of said the same thing, you know, looking at queens, not necessarily trying to get too far ahead, knowing you've had success at a particular type of event or at a venue. But at this current rate, you know, building at the moment a 100, basically a 100 pen lead on the field, you know, heading into tomorrow. Obviously still 12 games to go before we determine our top 4. But I think she's going to be named an executive at Executive Strike and Spare by the time this is all done, because she just has the look at the center.
Yeah, no, for sure. You know, and it kind of reminds me of the quote from a few weeks back when you guys were in Long Island. Well, you weren't there, but you covered the event. And when Stephanie Zavala won, and at the end, you know, we had the great quote, you know, we've owned this bowling center for years, but, you know, Stephanie, you look like you owned it this week. And, you know, that's kind of how we're feeling with Dasha. Mr. Laspina, that was just a great quote.
That really was. That was very factual as well. She was far and away the top player on that pattern at that house. Took home the title.
You mentioned Daria Payok on PWBA 3 this game, and she's fighting for a spot in the finals, and started off a little slow, but she's got a 3-bagger, and her last 3 have just dusted the racks.
Oh. It's a strange hit there for Dana.
Yeah.
For the 7-9, huh?
Not the first time we've seen it. We did see back-to-back 7-9, 8-10 leaves earlier this block, or earlier in the day, by one player. Whole back row and 2 shots. See if Diana can bounce back after that hiccup in the 7th with the 3-6-10 shot there. 10 back. Fist pump.
Yeah, there's no hesitancy at the bottom of that swing. That's just firing through it.
Yeah, I mean, the way she's bowled the last couple of weeks and the way she bowled on the PBA show, wouldn't have seen this coming, right?
She has had a bit of a rough stretch here on tour since the Queens, where she made the show and finished 5th. As Haley adds another one, she can shoot 280 this game.
But, you know, that's what great players do. They just shake it off, short-term memory, come back, and something clicks, and all of a sudden things fall into place. Just slapping the 10 out. That is the hit right there. You know, if you've got that hit going, you're playing them right. And DZ with a chance to chip away at that lead a little bit. She can shoot 242. Dasha going along at a 198 pace. No doubles in her game. No opens, but shave off a little bit of that lead. Kelly Kulik has flagged 2 spares this game, which, you know, you never see from her. 2-8, she missed them both.
Oh, wow.
Just flagged a 7-pin.
Kelly was at plus 99 to start this game. Bit of a slow block, though, for her after going plus 88 earlier today. 190, 225, 196, 200. Uncharacteristic on the spare shooting.
Yeah, especially when she's, grinding them out. And, it was funny because we saw her make a 10-pin earlier in the day, and she was really struggling on that particular pair we were watching. She was trying to figure out how to get the ball to go through the pins, and I think left like 4 straight 10 pins on that lane. And it was interesting because she stayed so focused on making that 10 pin just to give herself another chance at seeing, a different ball, even though she wasn't going to throw another shot on that pair that game. And it looks like she's just kind of lost and maybe just kind of lost her train of thought because she was trying to figure out what to do on her next strike ball, and it's just missed a couple of spares, which you just never see from her. We hear Matt McNeil talk about it. He calls it second ball focus, I think is the term he uses.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really important. It's really kind of underrated because you get so preoccupied with what you're trying to do to strike that sometimes you don't pay attention on these spares, and you throw pins away, and they add up.
And I think that would be at a premium this week. The theme has been patience with this pattern, with the carry at this house, and probably a lot of talk between the ball reps to the players, and just saying, for that very reason, is that you get frustrated with your carry and you're just thinking ahead of what's next. Is this a ball change coming up? What do I do different with my hand? What on earth do I have to do to carry all 10? And then all of a sudden you let a frame or two get away like that. And with the way the scoring pace has been, you can definitely have a 150, 160 sneak in if you lose that focus.
Yeah, and then you miss the spares and you get frustrated, and then you start to press because you need to now throw strikes. And there's Kelly with after that miss, she washes out. So you get frustrated with yourself, you press, you make bad shots, and it compounds, and all of a sudden you're shooting 140.
Not shooting 140 this game. Haley Richard now in the 250s. First shot of the 10th coming up for Diana. She's thinking 240s. Oh.
Nasty ring pin.
I agree, DZ. I agree. Come on, 10 pin. We don't need that kind of energy in our lives. Same with that 4-9 for Allison on 15.
I don't know if you've kind of noticed this, Aaron, but it doesn't seem like we've been seeing a lot of ringing 10s today. They've
been few and far between. It seems like usually we wouldn't get that worked up over one, but it seems like 10s are flat. 10s are lazy today.
Yeah. So that was unusual. All right, good spare. And now Diana's going to get a look at a different bowling ball. Put that one away. She's got a good ball reaction. But, you always want to know what's coming next. And Kovalova, a little bit of a stumble this game. She's best she can shoot is 202 with 2 frames to go on a 182 pace. So, Diana with this 220, she's going to make up some ground.
Oh, that was a pretty good ball change. Going to be in the 220s. DZ on cruise control here at the PWBA Louisville Open. Got just one game left to go before we determine our top 32, folks. So you know what that means. Giveaway time coming up soon. Game 6. Let's go. Let's go. So we'll mention it right before it happens, but be on the lookout. Game 6, folks. Giveaway time. All right, folks, game number 6 upon us here, watching lanes 15 through 18. Curtis Von Kruger is going to be joining us once again with an update from Executive Strike and Spare. Curtis, what do you have for us?
Well, Brianna Klimmer continues to insert herself in the Rookie of the Year race, proving why she is one of the leading rookies out here on tour with the hot round right now. Really has climbed up the leaderboard. Shot a 2-0 last game, but it's been all 250s and 240s and 230s from here on out. Dasha Kovalova with the second high block right now, although she did just shoot 170 with a couple of bad breaks and stone 810 in the, I believe, 7th frame or 8th frame really kind of hurt her. But Dasha still carrying a lot, still playing a pretty standard line, throwing the same ball she's been throwing all week. Brianna Klimmer throwing a Zenith Pearl and slide about 26, getting it out about 19 or so at the arrows. keeping the speed up pretty well, trying to get it through the heads. Really tight angles still everywhere. The problem is just carry. 710s galore today. It really has seemed like it's an uphill battle to knock out those corner pins. Lots of 8 splits with the 2 pins being really far apart. So you can see the frustration kind of sink in with some of the players as they battle for this cashier's round and position themselves for the top 12. We'll continue to see how it evolves as we close down the night.
Excellent stuff. Thank you, Curtis, as always, for the updates. Clemmer on a roll. Here for game number 6. Got a Valerie Bercier getting the strike there. Aaron McCarthy is going to be up next on 15 and 16. Joined by Melanie McDaniel, Kristen Alcorn, and our newest champion on the PWBA Tour, Verity Crawley. Over on 17 and 18, Sydney Brummett, Brianna Andrew, and then Josie Barnes and Jessica Ernest. We got sisters bowling on the same pair. Pretty neat, pretty cool. Over on PWBA 3, Rocio, Chelsea Tonksing, Lindsay Boomershine, Taylor Boltice, Allison Lakota, 21 and 22, Haley Richard, Diana Z, Dana File, Kayla Pashina. Over on PWBA 1, lanes 11 through 14, Angelmar Beasley, Hope Gramley, Liz Johnson, Brianna Cote, Alexis Nyer, Danielle McCune, Deandra Asbeatty, Carrie Smith, and Shannon Sellens. Erin McCarthy won the 2018 PWBA Louisville Open for her lone PWBA Tour title. That was at a different center, however, in the area. Has had success in the area. Early 3-bagger for Brianna Andrew. She entered this game at plus 47.
Got a question in the chat on how Stephanie Zavala is doing, and the answer is she's doing well. She 921 for her first 4 games of the block, so bounced back from outside the number starting the round to well inside the number at plus 91. And the cut after 10 games was at plus 43.
Before we get too far into game 6, though, let's get this giveaway going, folks. So Bowl TV t-shirt up for grabs once again. This is your first time visiting us on BowlTV.com. Welcome. Thanks for joining. We appreciate it. Giveaways work pretty easily here. If you've been here for a while, you know the routine. But you'll see a prompt in the bottom left-hand corner of your video screen that says A giveaway will begin soon. Watch here to participate. I'll count down for 60 seconds. And then in that same exact spot, you'll get another prompt that says, the giveaway has begun, and there will be a submit entry button on the video screen. Then all you have to do is click that, and you'll be eligible to win. One winner will take home a Bowl TV t-shirt. If you are in a full screen mode or taking up the whole screen, we do suggest you take it out. Make sure you can see the chat and everything, so you can be part of the giveaway and participate. So we'll go ahead and get that going here momentarily. But after Brianna here in the fourth frame, we'll get it running after her spare conversion here.
And the person who's sitting by I know I believe it's on 31, 32, between 31, 32.
Brianna Andrew, a rookie this season out on tour. Takes care of the spare and will help us get the giveaway going. So good luck, everybody. Just again, wait for that submit entry button to pop up on the screen. We'll be good to go. Good luck. Thanks again for being part of the Bowl TV community.
I did get an update, Aaron, on what Stephanie Zavala is doing different. Mentioned she struggled towards the end of the block earlier, and basically the report we got from Matt McNeil was she's not doing anything different, just throwing it better, different strategy, same equipment, and just kind of a different mentality in how she's throwing it. So really not much. I mean, it kind of shows you what a great bowler she really is. If, all it is just a matter of, hey, I'm just going to bowl better.
I like having that move in the bag if you need it.
Exactly. Exactly. Not much of an update, but I mean, we all kind of want to know what the magic ball is, and what the move is, and what the difference is, and sometimes you just got to bowl better.
Congrats to JJB 810 for winning a Bowl TV t-shirt. Be on the lookout for an email from our marketing team in the next couple of days to find out the shirt size and redeem your prize. A big thanks again to everybody for participating here on Bowl TV.
I wonder if 8-10 refers to the leave or a 3-game series.
Hopefully the latter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, certainly 8-10s were pretty commonplace here today. Well, we're about halfway through Game 6, final game of the day. Score update should be coming soon, and we can walk through the cut numbers, who's leading, who's moving up, who's moving down, and try to get the stories here on our featured pairs of the players who are trying to make it into the top 32 for tomorrow. Yeah, got a good discussion going in the chat about, getting out here and competing. And yeah, I mean, I have the utmost respect for anybody who comes out here and gives it a shot. These are the best in the world. I know it's sometimes not easy to find out where you stand in the pecking order, but you really do. The only way to get better is to come out and compete and give it a shot, see where you stand, try to go out and improve. So, I mean, that would be my advice. If you're wondering whether you should try it, you should give it a whirl. When the PWBA comes to town, enter an event, see how you do. Enter one of the regional events. Those are really good ways to prepare yourself for what it's like out here. I had a good friend that was one of the all-time great junior bowlers and was dominant for a long time. And then we all moved up and bowled pro events, and he didn't like getting beat, and he basically stopped competing, which was sad. But the only way you get better is to get beat, unfortunately. Failure is the greatest teacher, as Yoda would say. So Verity Crawley, we do have, I'll let you read off the update. I've gotten the scores, but I know Verity is at plus 83. It's well into the cut, but, fighting for positioning here this game. And man, I wonder how many marriage proposals she gets just from people watching how good she throws it.
That is an interesting question, and I'm sure an interesting number.
Yeah. I mean, that was just perfect. Can't throw it any better than that. Yeah, a lot of folks commenting on that. Yeah, I mean, Walter Ray, there's a great comment there about bowling with Walter Ray. And, you know, Walter Ray in his retirement from the tour speech basically said the only way you can get better is by coming out here and competing in tournaments. And he's the greatest bowler of all time. So I think it's good advice.
I'd listen to him.
All right. I mentioned I have the scores. Aaron does not have the scores, so I'm going to go ahead and read them off. Aaron, take the last one of the day.
Fire away, JT. Fire away.
Dasha Kovalova is our leader at plus 332. Diana Zavyalova in second at plus 285. Missy Parkin in third, plus 267. Birgit Noreiks in fourth at plus 252. Brianna Klemmer, who Curtis mentioned, is all the way up to fifth place at plus 240. Currently, the cut for the top 12, which will happen tomorrow after another 6 games of our top 32, is Jordan Richard at plus 157. And the cut for 32nd, which is where everybody is trying to get to tonight or above, is Stephanie Johnson at plus 32.
It's dropped the past couple of games.
It has for sure. They're looking a little tricky.
That means Brianna Andrew is in the cut and looking to hold on here in the final couple frames on 17 and 18. She was at plus 47. Had the early 3-bagger. And no problem on the 7-pin there. It's going to be clean through 8.
Speaking of very fundamentally sound physical games, Valerie Bercier, I mean, you won't find many that throw it as well as her. Just never falls off balance, just great rhythm. Just fun to watch. And she's gonna need a big game here, and has it still left. Minus 12 going into this last game.
We saw her put together a big game and nearly make the show at the Greater Nashville Open, finished in 5th place overall. Needed the second hit in the 10th in a similar fashion, was trying to get into the 270s. Got the first one in the 10th, did not get the second one, which allowed Verity Crawley to get the 4 seed, make her run up the ladder to that first title.
Another 7-10. That one for Jessica Ernest.
Keep going. Same shot.
Oh. Lower 7 for Valerie. Great shot. And she's going to probably need to make this and go off the sheet. With the spare, she could still get to plus 46. But she's going to need probably the next 4 at least. Good question in the chat about the upcoming PWBA schedule, regional stops, and also the 2022 schedule. Be coming soon. Very close. Great shot there from Verity. Pretty big spare here for Brianna Andrew. Not an easy one either. Well
Nice
done.
cover. Nice cover. Trying to make her first checkout on tour here. Mentioned a rookie this season. He's bowled a couple of events, and this will be her first trip to the round of 32. That hit right there should solidify Sydney's place. Moving on to the next round. Melanie McDaniel has bowled well throughout the course of the event, and she'll be competing tomorrow. All right, now the waiting game for Brianna. Gets that 7 pin to fall out late, plus 56.
I'm not sure that's the correct score, Aaron. On our sheet here, we've got her at plus 113. So something's funky. But it looks like she's in either way. Got Curtis Von Kruger with an update. Curtis, what do you got for us?
300 watch 2021 Louisville edition. It looks like Dasha Kovalova bouncing back from a 170 last game, throwing the front seven, working on the front seven. We'll keep you updated as that game progresses, but she looks to continue to dominate this tournament and stay in control of the lead going into the Cashers round tomorrow.
Nice.
Thanks, Curtis.
Well, Valerie with that spare can still shoot 247. And yeah, it's going to be tight for her. We've got her at minus 12. That would get her to plus 35. The number is currently at plus 32. So going to need to throw the next 4 and hope for some help. Curtis Von Kruger's next job will be doing movie trailers.
Well, he's already started a movie, so he's got the connections.
He does himself.
I am my best connection.
Horror movie trailers, Black Cloud types. Oh man, that's good. Good stuff. Good, clean fun. All right, basically a must strike here for Valerie Bercier. And that is 10 back. These are so huge. These must strike situations. It's really underestimated at the professional level how important these shots are to your career. You know, it's basically a game of continuing to give yourself chances to move on and survive in the tournament. Because if you can get to the next round, you have a chance to make it to the next round, and so on. And, you know, it's a big deal to grind out a check on a week where you don't have a great look. Great shot there from Verity. She still has a possible 203 this game, and that will be enough for her. She's at plus 83, so she'll have a little bit of work to do tomorrow. Currently, 12th is at plus 157, so if she ends up in the 80s, she'll need to make a pretty big run, but we've seen her do it in the past. Wow, that one jumped. So if she takes the 2, it'll be 191. That'll put Verity at plus 74. And, you know, we haven't talked about Melanie McDaniel very much this game, but she's in 8th place. She's at plus 208.
Yeah, was in 4th after round number 1 at plus 150, and it's continued strong here. So she's been out to the past couple of events. And
Dasha with the front 8. So Curtis going to grab the camera.
set on one of our pairs. Do we have her?
No, she's just outside of our camera range. She's on 27 and 28, or maybe 29 and 30. Hard to tell with the angle I'm sitting at, but yeah, we're a little bit out of our range. But we'll get some Curtis von Kruger footage, and certainly if she finishes it off, we'll get it out on social media. But Valerie, important shots here to make the cut. Wow.
Nice cover. More than likely not going to be enough here in the end, but
Yeah, with strike, that'll get her to plus 15. And yeah, that's going to be a little short. There's just too many players that are ahead for that number to hold up. By the way, Curtis did break up that 300 game that Dasha was rolling.
come on, Curtis.
Yeah, well, we're 0 300s for the day. Even though there were some good scores, and you know, Dasha's going to average well over 230 for the day. Looks like we'll have 7 or 8 players at 220 or better for the day.
We got some bonus coverage here as we wrap up on PWBA 3. Taylor Boltice, unfortunately, is going to miss the cut for the first time this season. She is one of 4 players who is 10 for 10 so far. She had a great run last year here at Executive Strike and Spare, being an elite tour event. She made it through the PTQ. Came down to the final few frames, threw some big shots, but going to be minus here. Like it's going to be similar fate here for Lindsay Boomershine. She is minus 53 entering this game. Going to finish pretty strong here. Chance to get to 247, but still going to be minus. So we will hang around until we have the cut score. It looks like we have an interview lined up as well. All right. JT didn't even tell me he was going to go find people, but this is awesome. So we're going to bring in Brianna Clemmer to the show. There she is. Hello, Bri. How you doing?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. We just had a nice full day of bowling from Louisville, and you find yourself once again near the top of the leaderboard after a great second block. After we watched game one, a little slower in the second block, and then you started striking like crazy. Tell us a little bit about this 6 games for you.
Well, I learned a lot from last block, noticing that I didn't ball down to like a cleaner ASIM when I needed to quick enough. So I was caught in like the over-under of using a stronger symmetrical ball. So what I did is I ditched that first game when I shot 180 and instantly moved further left with a weaker ASIM, my Zenith Pearl. And from then on out, it was just move left, kind of keep my angles tighter, throw it harder. I could get away with throwing it harder. So that's really all I did this block, and, try and make my spares and control what I can control.
Now, is JT there with you as well? Is he on the headset?
I am. I'm
Okay.
waiting for my chance. Don't
You're
worry.
waiting? Okay, I just didn't want to step over you there. Brianna, it's your rookie season, and these past couple of weeks have really come together well. Even looking back at the Queens, you were putting up some big scores there, and then back-to-back shows, top 12 last week, and now putting yourself in a great position once again to make another long run here at an event. Talk a little bit about the learning curve for you this season and how you've gotten a little more comfortable out on tour.
Yeah. Well, to begin with, it's like a new environment. You're bowling against women that I've looked up to for my whole life. So being able to realize that I'm good enough to be here is something that I really had to let sink in. Obviously, I've been successful in the past with collegiate and youth, but, this is a whole different ball game. And so just being able to know that, like, I'm good enough to be out here and that I deserve to be out here and I've worked really hard to be here, that's something I had to let sink in. But also the learning curve, I had to learn how to throw it slower. That's one thing. But that's something I've struggled with. So I've really been going home and working on that and working on spares and, being committed to working hard and putting in the work. Because before, I was serious about tour, but I didn't take it seriously. And I feel like that reflected on my bowling in the beginning. And so especially after the Cleveland stop, I really, really, really wanted to work harder than I have before. And I feel like I went home, I worked my butt off. I took it seriously, put in the work, the games at the gym and everything as well. So I really had to take it seriously and know that, tell myself this is what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. And it is something that I want to do for the rest of my life. So I really had to just put in the work and stay true to my process.
Okay, it's my turn, Aaron.
Go ahead, JT. It's all you.
Brianna, I don't know if you know this, but I am the president of your fan club. I don't know if you've heard that.
Yes.
But they call me the president of the Brianna Clemmer fan club on Bowl TV. But one of the reasons why I'm the president is when I saw you come out on tour this season, you were throwing it hard and straight. And I was like, man, she can do that too. And so tell me, what do you like doing better at this point? Are you more comfortable throwing it hard and straight like we've seen you like on today?
Yeah.
Or are you more comfortable going left to right?
Well, funny story. I actually just had this conversation with Chuck Gardner. Especially in the first block, I wasn't comfortable slowing my ball speed down and getting around it more. So I wasn't comfortable with that. I wasn't throwing it the best. I was very inconsistent at the bottom of my swing. So I was like, I'm just going to go with what I'm comfortable throwing it harder, throw it straighter, but I'm still able to be consistent at the bottom of, like at my release, I'm still able to get around it more that way. So I'm definitely more comfortable throwing it a little harder and straighter right now because I feel like I'm more consistent with my release and I'm able to get around it the same each shot.
Well, just watching from the outside, it looks like you're able to be successful and compete no matter what they put out there. I think it's just a matter of time before we see you in the winner's circle. So good luck the rest of this week. Maybe we'll see it happen this week.
Yeah, hopefully.
Thanks, Brianna. And as JT said, good luck the rest of the week. And we're excited to continue to watch you grow as a player and blossom out here on tour.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, folks, we are wrapping up qualifying here. There's still some bowling going on, but I believe our TV pairs essentially are all wrapped up with coverage. So JT is going to be coming back here momentarily to join us. It looks like he's ready. So you folks don't have to look at me here. Just hanging out in my room. It's not my real room, though. It'd be a pretty dope room to have.
It would be. It was, by the way, the same room where you left the 5.710 on that video clip we showed earlier.
Also true. Looks a little different nowadays.
Way different. Yeah. Pretty cool what you can do in 5 years. But yeah, no, that was a good interview. I enjoyed the perspective there. You know, she's just so talented. I mean, like I said in the interview, when I saw her come out here and she was throwing it hard and straight, I was like, man, she can do everything. And it was funny because I actually talked to Shannon O'Keefe about it, and she was like, yeah, that's really not her game. She just kind of is doing that right now. Right. And so it's just funny that she had to kind of work on, you know, going back to what her A game used to be. But the last couple of weeks, she's made shows doing both throwing it hard and straight and keeping in front of her and, you know, hooking the whole lane. So she can do it all. It's that first title's coming soon. She is, you know, right at the top of that Rookie of the Year race. Stephanie Zavala obviously is leading that, and she bowled well enough this afternoon. You know, she had a great block, just deciding to throw it better, which, you know, shows how talented she is. But man, that Rookie of the Year race is pretty exciting this year. It's going to be fun to watch.
Definitely is. And JT, I was going to introduce you as the president of the Brianna Clemmer fan club, but you beat me to it. So
she knows now.
Number one fan, JT.
That's right.
But you know, you talked about the you know, what we've seen out on tour the past couple of weeks, and they couldn't be any more different since we've come back from Queens. Looking at the BVL Open, which was one of the toughest patterns we've seen in a long time on tour. We get to Albany, a short pattern, 36 feet, you know, so that's a brand new thing, you know, the players don't see very often as well. And then last week's 39-foot condition was definitely tricky, was definitely unique. And, you know, players creating angles we don't usually see with as much friction on the back end as there was. So seeing this again on another pattern, you know, if folks didn't believe in Brianna Clemmer before, and I don't know why you wouldn't. Yeah, this is just you know, a big exclamation point to why you should.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Curtis von Kruger has some numbers for us. So Curtis, what have you got?
So it looks like Sandra Gongora got the first hit in the 10th. So it's tread water. Stephanie Johnson looks like she's going to fall out, but Lauren Pate fires off a 260 to put herself at 42 over, which is looking like, obviously we have a lot to confirm. But right now, Sandra and Lauren Pate sitting at 42 over. And it looks like that may be the number right now. Obviously, we're going to work really fast to tabulate the scores, get everything verified. But Lauren Pate pries off a really nice game. Dasha Kovalova shoots a 250, I believe, 260 to stay in the lead. So it's going to be interesting, and we will get those scores to you as soon as we get them. But that is the update for now.
Wow. Maybe some extended play tonight here on Bowl TV. Sounds like there's a tie.
Actually, I think it's 31 and 32.
Okay.
So it may not be extended play, but we will verify.
All right. Well, hang in there. We'll find out.
Woo. There we go, folks. All right. Thank you, Curtis. Now we wait and see.
We do. in the meantime, we'll see if we can get our defending champion to come talk to us for a bit.
Oh, let's go.
I will excuse myself to go find her and be right back.
All right. As JT heads out, we'll head full screen once again here from the Bowl TV studio at the International Bowling Campus in Arlington, Texas. Yeah, waiting on the score right now. So I believe they're just about finished or pretty close to being finished across the house. So as Curtis mentioned, going to tabulate the scores, verify, double check before we announce who will be advancing to the round of 32. Of course, the times tomorrow, first 6-game block, 10 a.m. Eastern. We'll go from 32 down to the top 12. The top 12 will return to the lanes 2:30 p.m. Eastern, bowl another 6 games with 24 game pinfall totals, determining who will advance to the stepladder finals 6 p.m. Eastern right here on bowltv.com. And on the show tomorrow night, it's going to be CDB, Carolyn Doran Ballard once again. And Dave Lamont's going to be joining us as well. So Dave will be back here on Bowl TV. But folks, we're going to go bring in another guest to the show. So let's welcome in our defending champion, Dasha Kovalova, back to Bowl TV. Hi, Dasha.
How you guys doing?
We're good,
doing well.
but you're
How
doing
are you?
pretty good, I would think.
I'm having a great time. Yeah.
Well, Dasha, it's another stop here at Executive Strike and Spare, and another instance where you're at the top of the leaderboard, top of the standings all day. You look very comfortable throughout the course of competition on this 44-foot condition. Just talk us through these 12 games today and how you were able to put yourself in a great position to make another long run here.
I'm not sure where that came from. Recently, my mental game was not the greatest. I describe it as a dumpster fire. But Chuck Gardner gave me a really cool book about the mental game. It's like how to succeed at golf, but it had really good points, and I read it yesterday, and I tried to use the stuff that I read yesterday today, and I think it worked. I just tried to stay present, stay focused, and make sure I'm positive, and if something bad happens, I leave it behind as fast as I can.
That's good advice. I should do that myself. But everybody always wants credit, right? When somebody's doing well, they want credit for, hey, I told her that. But we had a tidbit that came in earlier this week that you were working on something with your push away where it looked like you were pushing it away a little too far to the right, get the ball inside your head. How much has that kind of helped going into this week? And is that something that you're still kind of working on to focus on?
Yes. Cecil helped me a lot with that because I was struggling. I was like, I don't know. I feel like I always have to be perfect. Otherwise, the ball is going to go somewhere else and never come back. And he said, yeah, your push away is like this. And I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. Like, I can't hit my target. So I started to make sure I'm pushing it straighter. And also, since we're talking about credit, my ball reps did a great job today. Chuck Gardner and John Bercier, they always help me out and make sure my dumpster fire is staying, covered enough so it won't burn anybody and myself in the process. And it was it's great. I'm happy.
That is great. Well, I'm glad Cecil gets the credit because it sounds like that was a real thing. Is that something that you kind of a tendency that you fight often?
Yes, I fight it a lot because I say it's because I'm curvy, but but it's probably because I'm lazy. I don't want to control it too much. So when I'm not paying attention to it, even though it's straight, sometimes it just goes whoop, and then my ball goes and then I leave something weird. Do you like how it?
But you don't know when it's coming, right? Like you have to have someone kind of tell you, like, "Hey, you're doing it again. Stop it."
Yeah, stop that bad thing that you're doing right now.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I know you kind of downplayed it going into this week when you talked to Aaron in the story that he put together, but now that you've had one awesome day under your belt, do you really feel good in this building? Is this, and this pattern, is very similar to what you won on last time? I would assume you're feeling pretty darn good going into tomorrow.
Again, my mental game is a dumpster fire, so I can never say that I feel too good. You never know what's going to pop up. But I'm just gonna try the same thing tomorrow to have the same mindset. Yes, I am comfortable in this building and this is my comfort zone, but it doesn't mean that I can just go and like daily just throw it around and be like, haha, woo. No, like I'd still have to keep it pretty in front of me.
Gotcha.
Because otherwise it's not gonna be good.
Gotcha.
Dasha, I just got one more question for you before we let you go. When we talked to you yesterday, you kind of mentioned, that turmoil solid was looking good. Just talk a little bit about the progression of the bowling equipment that you ended up going through today.
My first block, I only threw damn good verge. I just kept chasing it left. My second block, I threw my damn good verge until about game 4. And then in game 5, it started to die a little bit. So it would leave me a lot of 10 pins and 7 pins. And then we tried a bowl change, but it didn't really work out. We tried a bowl change to Kinetic Platinum, and that left me in a 8-10, I believe. And I was like, yeah, I don't think that's the right ball. The lane's telling me no. So then we went to my bonus pro, and it looked great. Like I could miss a lot to the right, and it would still come back. So you know, it's a good ball when it does that, and it doesn't leave you something weird.
Was there anything that you saw out there today that you kind of need to clean up for tomorrow? Something maybe like middle of the block? Was there just a point where you just feel like, hey, if I can clean this up tomorrow, nobody's going to catch me?
Probably the transition parts. For me, the transition happened first block. It happened like game 3 to 4, and then second block it happened game 5. And so if I can catch that sooner and see that ball change faster, then that would be phenomenal. I'll try my best tomorrow and see what's going to happen.
All right, Dasha. Well, thank you again for joining us here on Bowl TV. Excellent performance. We look forward to watching you compete throughout the rest of the week here at the Louisville Open. Get a good night's rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
And you're going to be on the news tonight too, by the way, right? What time was the 11:24? We said, Aaron.
11:24. Yes, the Fox affiliate. So the gentleman that you talked to earlier. There
you got time to go eat and then catch yourself on TV.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to see that.
Those claps are for you, Dasha.
Thank you.
All right, Dasha, we'll let you go, but thank you again for joining us here on Bowl TV, our tournament leader.
Yeah, thank you. Bye, friends.
Second and final qualifier. And yes, we have a tie for 30.
Dasha Kovalova, our tournament leader.
And plus 42, Sandra Gongora and Lauren Kate.
JT, I heard a plus 42. Is that a 31-32?
It is. No roll off. We have the cut is plus 42. And it's for 31 and 32. So we are done for the day, Aaron Smith.
How about that? Plus 42. That means Brianna Andrew making her first cut. We watched her that final game make a big spare in the 10th frame to solidify her spot in the next round, get that first cash out there. So congratulations to her. Dasha Kovalova leading quite a day here, and looking forward to the excitement of the round of 32 tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dasha, she's going to be tough to beat tomorrow. I mean, she didn't really have much to say in terms of, cleanup. She just bowled great all day. She really had a look all day. She did, shoot 170, game before last, and then, followed it back up with 250 with the front 7. So, I mean, she's going to be tough to beat tomorrow, but Brianna Clemmer had a huge day today in the afternoon. And, if she's able to keep that kind of run going, she's going to put a lot of pressure on Dasha, maybe get her first title out here on the PWBA tour. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch, but a lot of other players still in the mix. And you got to tune in tomorrow on Bowl TV to find out what's going to happen. We're going to crown a champion tomorrow evening.
That's right, folks. Crowning champions. That's what we do here on Bowl TV. Talk about Jim Stefanich too, but crowning champions tomorrow will be the main prerogative of our broadcast. But once again, as JT said, we know the cut plus 42. We are going to go ahead and wrap up the broadcast here today. Of course, check out pwba.com for the final scores. We'll have a final recap a little bit later as well. The PWBA social media channels as well for that final update. Another great day here on the lanes. Executive Strike and Spare, big thank you to them for their continued support of the PWBA Tour. We're excited to be back. We had a historic moment happen in 2019. Will it happen again in 2021? You'll have to find out here on BullTV.com. A big thank you, of course, as always, to the USBC and BPAA and their board of directors for their continued support of the PWBA Tour. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider out on tour. Bill doing his thing as if it ain't no thing this week, oiling the lanes for us, courtesy of Kegel. So big thank you to them for their continued support. The players, the athletes, another great showing out on the lanes here this week. The Bull TV audience, thank you as always. It's always fun. A lot of great conversations throughout the course of today. We appreciate you, and we'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, for that next round. Of course, the staff at Executive Strike and Spare, Jason and his crew, big thank you to them. To Neil, Kathy, Caitlin, and Cecil on site for the PWBA, the best in the biz. Finally, for the Bull TV crew, Curtis Von Kruger, Jason Thomas, I'm Aaron Smith. We are signing off. We will see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, for round number 3, the round of 32 here at the PWBA Louisville Open. So, folks, have a great night. Have a great rest of your Friday. And remember, on Bull TV, bowling lives here. Take care, folks.